In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
This session is now called to order. Maayong hapon, good afternoon everyone, my fellow colleagues. Welcome to the first day of the fourth session, number 42 of the second regular session of 19th Congress in the year 2024. Everybody is required to rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong paghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilig. Lupa ng araw ng walang aming pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga atin, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
My dear colleagues, may I humbly request remain standing while we hear the invocation to be delivered by Congressperson Natasha Ko of BHW Party List. Please proceed, ma'am.
Our Father, as we resume the first session of the year 2024, we seek guidance and wisdom. Grant us the ability to govern justly, make courageous decisions, and consider the needs of all our constituents. May our work be marked by mutual respect, open-mindedness, and a commitment to the common good. Bless each House member with strength to fulfill our duties with integrity and dedication. As we convene, may our efforts be guided by justice, tempered by mercy, and driven by a sincere desire to serve the people. Amen.
Amen. Maraming salamat, fellow party list, Congressperson Angelica Natasha Go. Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members. Please proceed.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Atcharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Bilyones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondo, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Gomart, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plito, Primisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rec, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Crescentel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 209 members responded to the call.
With 209 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of quorum. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal Number 40 dated December 11 and 12, 2023 and Journal Number 41 dated December 13, 2023 were already distributed to the members, I move to dispense with the reading of the said journals. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to dispense with the reading of the aforementioned journals. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The reading of the said journals is dispensed with. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve Journal Number 40 dated December 11 and 12, 2023 and Journal Number 41 dated December 13, 2023.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Congressman Lagman.
I object to the approval of Journal Number 41, Wednesday, December 13, 2023.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I request for a temporary suspension of our session.
Session suspended.
Okay. Sige.
Paano yan? Session resume.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we inquire as to the nature of the objection of the gentleman, Congressman Lagman?
Congressman Lagman, please.
The journal, more particularly on page 10, the synopsis of the proceedings do not reflect what actually happened. With respect to the recommitment of House Bill number 9349, I seasonably objected. I rose and objected, but unfortunately, the then presiding officer did not see me and ruled that there was no objection and the recommitment was approved. At this point, I reiterated my objection and said why the bill is being recommitted to the committee. There was a suspension of the session and was not taken up anymore in plenary. In other words, there was an approval of the motion for recommitment with alacrity, and my objection was not entertained. So I would like to reiterate my objection, and this should be what happened during our last session day must be reflected in the journal, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentleman from Albay. Congressman Lagman. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we request for a temporary suspension of the session again.
Session suspended.
Thank you.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we direct the Secretariat to reflect the objections of the Honorable Lagman, and for that purpose, make the necessary corrections on page 10 of Journal Number 41, dated December 13, 2023, Wednesday. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that motion from the Majority Leader.
We thank you, Congressman Lagman.
What is the ruling of the Chair with respect to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Lagman. Sir, the Secretary General is hereby directed, as stated by the Majority Leader.
Consequently, Mr. Speaker, am I to understand that the approval of the recommitment of House Bill number 9349 is withdrawn?
Majority Leader.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. Speaker?
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I refer to the previous motion by the Majority Leader if the Secretary General has resolved the request to correct the journal on page 10 to appropriately reflect the objection of the Honorable Lagman to the recommitment of House Bill number 9349.
Secretary General, please answer. Is directed. Majority Leader. The Secretary General is directed to correct Journal number 41 as directed. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The journal, having properly corrected and reflected the objection of the Honorable Lagman, Mr. Speaker, in order to resolve the objection of the Honorable Lagman, I move that we recommit House Bill number 9349 pursuant to our rules to the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
I am objecting to that motion, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is that, well, on the merits, I am objecting to that. Procedurally, Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that the Secretary General will first reflect the correction where I have objected seasonably, and the ruling that the motion is approved was rather errant and in alacrity. After that motion of mine for the correction is done by the Secretary General, and it has not been done, then I will continue with my objection.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to get some clarity from the Honorable Lagman, it has been said by the Secretary General that the appropriate correction will be reflected in the journal. May I know if there are specific,
Congressman Lagman.
what's the specific request of the Honorable Lagman in terms of the correction?
One that I seasonably objected before the ruling of the chair that the motion to recommit was approved. Number two, that my objection would be reflected in essence in the journal. Number three, after the necessary correction is made, then I will pursue my objection. Meanwhile, the approval of the motion to recommit should be withdrawn.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
the Majority Leader will not withdraw the motion to recommit the same. The journal, being a final evidence of what transpired during the session on December 13, and considering further that the Majority Leader as well as the Honorable Speaker has already allowed that the proper objection be reflected in the journal, we are no longer constrained to withdraw the motion to recommit House Bill 9349, Mr. Speaker.
Then I will wait for the journal to be corrected so that I can see the correction.
Mr. Speaker, we will proceed with the recommitment motion, and if ever the Honorable Lagman has further comments or requests, it will be resolved on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I move to reiterate my motion to recommit House Bill number 9349.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recommit House Bill number 9349.
I object,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker.
The objection will be
There's-
properly reflected in today's journal.
Yes.
Mr.
There's a
Speaker, I
motion
move that we recommit House Bill number 9349.
There's a motion to recommit House Bill 9349.
I object
Commission
to
of
the,
Population.
recommitment, Mr.
All those
Speaker.
say aye.
Aye!
All those who are not in favor say nay. The ayes have it.
Thank
House
you, Mr. Speaker.
Bill 9349
Speaker.
has been, is recommitted to the Committee on Population
Mr. Speaker,
and Family Relations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Move to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend the session temporarily.
Session suspended.
Thank you.
I will have to appeal the ruling of the chair. Bakit na sinususpend?
Session resumed. Majority Leader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I request that the Honorable Lagman be recognized once more?
The gentleman from Albay, Congressman Edsel Lagman, you're recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to explain my appeal of the Honorable Speaker's ruling. First, may we know from the majority leader what was the reason or what were the reasons for recommitting House Bill number 9349 to the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
For the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there was no appropriations provision for House Bill number 9349.
Okay. Is there any rule which says that bills without any appropriation language should be recommitted back to the original committee?
Mr. Speaker, considering that the recommitment has already been done, maybe the Honorable Lagman, together with the chairman as well as the members of the committee, could thresh out these matters in the committee so that we can proceed with the order of business.
This will not end this question, Mr. Speaker, because there is no rule of the House which would require the commitment of a bill without the appropriation language to the original committee. There have been instances before when a bill was deliberated in this chamber where the bill does not have an appropriation language. And this bill was subsequently enacted into law. And I am referring to Republic Act number 11596 entitled An Act prohibiting the practice of child marriage and imposing penalties for said violations. The bill approved by the appropriate committee did not include an appropriation language. The bill discussed in plenary did not have an appropriation language. The bill submitted to the bicameral conference committee did not have an appropriation language. And the act itself, Republic Act number 11596, did not have any appropriation language. That is a very important precedent. When bills approved by a committee which do not have an appropriation language need not be recommitted to the original committee. Another case. This is with respect to House Bill number 9513, entitled An Act Providing Addition. No, I'm sorry. I refer to House Bill number 4244 under Committee Report number 664, entitled An Act Providing for a National Policy on Reproductive. No. I withdraw that statement, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I
Let me
recognize?
just continue. Another example where a bill which did not have any appropriation language was not referred back to the committee but was deliberated on by the House. This is House Bill number House Bill number 8910, entitled An Act Providing for a National Policy in Preventing Adolescent Pregnancies and Institutionalizing Social Protection for Adolescent Parents. A perusal of this bill shows that there is no appropriation language. It was approved on third reading by this chamber without having been referred or recommitted to the Mother Committee. Because there is no rule that a bill should, without any appropriation language, should be recommitted to the committee or to the Committee on Appropriations. Because, one, the absence of no appropriation language can be taken up during the plenary before the bill is approved on third reading through an individual or committee amendment. Number two, it can be provided for by the counterpart bill in the Senate, or it can be provided for during the bicameral conference committee, or it can be provided for in the General Appropriations Act to fully implement the law. Consequently, I see no reason why House Bill number
9349.
yes, should be referred back to the Committee on Family Relations and Population and Family Relations. It is errant. It should not be done. And we should not practice such a policy which is not consistent with precedents. So I object,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, to the approval of the motion to refer this bill to the Committee on Population and Family Relations. And I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Thank you, Congressman Lagman. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, while there is no rule that the appropriations provisions are necessary or an integral part before a bill could pass, may I know if the Honorable Lagman will agree with me that there is also no rule that precedents should be cast in stone?
That is correct. That is a general rule. But in this particular case, the precedent should be appreciated and applied.
Mr. Speaker,
There is no need to refer this back to the Committee on Population and Population and Public Relations just because it has no appropriation language.
Mr. Speaker, will the Honorable Lagman also agree with me that there can be new methods, new precedents that could be done that could also stand as precedents by themselves, similar to the stare decisis? Even precedents by the Supreme Court also get overturned.
Yes,
So-
that is true. That is true. But you just do not overturn precedents just because there can be a new or a novel approach to a situation. There must be good reasons to reject or overturn precedents. Now, in this case, there is no good reason. Because if ever there is quote unquote any defect because of an absence of appropriation language, the plenary can do that because the plenary is supreme over all other committees. Next, if the plenary does not include an appropriation language, that can be included in the bicameral conference committee without delaying the process of legislation. And even if the law itself does not have an appropriation language, the General Appropriations Act can provide such funding. So there is no rhyme, no reason to overturn a precedent in this particular case, except to delay the process of enacting a divorce bill in the Philippines. Because this bill refers to the divorce bill where almost 80 members of this House are co-authors. And this bill has been pending for ages in this Congress. We are the only nation in the world, except the small secular Vatican state, which do not have a divorce bill. All other Catholic countries in the world have their own divorce laws in varying stages of liberality. This will just delay further the enactment of a divorce bill by this Congress.
Yes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that the motion has already been approved and a division of the House has been made, while I share some of the sentiments of the Honorable Lagman on House Bill number 9349, may I request that the deliberations for this recommitment under the House Journal be noted.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, before we recognize the Honorable Brosas, may I request that the deliberations previously done for this recommitment under the House Journal be noted.
Well, Majority Leader, as already said, we take note on the statement of Congressman Lagman. That is duly noted. And let us proceed with the business of the day. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas for her manifestation.
Arlene Brosas, you're recognized, ma'am. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we join the objection of Honorable Edsel Lagman with regards to the recommitment of the divorce bill. No? Inaasahan po sana natin na magkakaroon na ng debate dito sa plenaryo kaugnay sa divorce bill. Ito po ay matagal na hinintay ng mga kababaihan, ng mga women rights advocates. No? At optimistiko po sila na mapag-uusapan na ito kung kaya we are one in objecting dito na napaka-slim or halos walang reason kung bakit i-recommit ulit pabalik sa Committee on Family Relations ang divorce bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ito po ay dapat pinag-uusapan na natin ngayon. Ito po ay kailangan ng mga kababaihan na nagsusulong, no, ng pangangailangan sa divorce law sa ating bansa. Ito po ay pagbabalik, no, sa divorce bilang rights-based option ng majority ng ating mga Pilipino. At gusto po sana namin na mismo ngayon mapag-usapan na to, Mr. Speaker. So we would like to manifest yung objection na ito at yung pangangailangan po na pag-usapan na ito sa plenaryo at isa lang mismo sa debate, Mr. Speaker. We don't find any reason, no, kung bakit hindi kailangang pag-usapan itong issue na ito. Lalong-lalo na, ito naman ay dumaan sa proper process. At nandun po ako, kaming mga primary authors nitong bill nung sinalang sa committee. So we were expecting na ito ay mapag-uusapan na ngayon. Actually, malaki po ang kasalanan natin kung according sa study ng Center for Women Resources, every 14 minutes and 36 seconds, a woman is battered by her husband or partner. Matindi ang domestic violence sa atin by the hour, but not by the hour, but in minutes. No? Kaya sa konteksto na ito, should a woman still stay within the marital relationship even if it is abusive, disadvantageous, and unhealthy? Hindi na po dapat yun nangyayari. Kaya Mr. Speaker, it is of utmost importance na pag-usapan ang divorce bill dito sa plenaryo na ito. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
The manifestation or statement of Gabriela Partel is duly noted. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Presiding Officer, before we move to the business of the day, I move to recognize the guests of Representative Marisa Del Mar of OFW Party List, namely Rolando Gregorio Buenafe, Bogs Dimaunahan Bolor, Elizel Fulay Artiaga, Rosemary Bolalos Robles, Maria Elaine Malagad Lianto, Wendelin Villa Parocha, Bobby E. Aban, Dearly A. De La Cruz, Jeff Balsarza, Frank Naval, Rod Zulueta, Pete Ordiales, Ramon Santamaria, Ken Andrade Bautista, Ferdinand de los Santos, Lito Soriano, Dr. Elsa Tembriza, Dr. Ali Busran, Joan Nouf, Yasmin Mua, Gafar Dimalutang, Maria Medina, Attorney David Castellon, Matt Bubong, Marilu Bazan, Matula, Jag Cor, Liza Ke, Jury N. Tanduyan, Noni Sagadal, Bishop Bartolome Sagadal, June Vincent Gaudan, Nika Lizardo. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of the 32 guests of Congressman Magsino, please stand and be recognized. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I also move to recognize the guest of our senior Deputy Majority Leader, Congressman Sandro Marcos, the National President of PCL, or Philippine Councilors League, Han Dilao, and Councilors JB Bakiran from Lawag City. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
To the esteemed guests of Congressman Sandro Marcos, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and the request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Secretary General, as directed, please proceed.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 9759, providing for maritime traffic and anti-pollution regulations in the Straits of Balabag, Basilan, Bongao, Luzon, Mindoro, San Bernardino, Surigao, and Verde Passage, adopting for the purpose traffic separation schemes, providing penalties for violations, by Representative Olaso.
The Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 9760, strengthening the advanced manufacturing industry, by Representative Garcia Albert.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill numbers 9761 and 9762, declaring parcels of land of the public domain located in several barangays in Quezon, Josepe, Rizal, Palawan as agricultural lands, open to disposition for agricultural, commercial, residential, industrial, and other productive purposes, by Representative Alvarez Jose.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 9763, establishing a multi-specialty medical center to be known as the Western Philippines Multi-Specialty Medical Center, by Representative Alvarez Jose.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9765, providing for the conversion of the FB Steel Road located in the city of Cebu into a national road, by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 9766, creating a new visa category for digital nomads, by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 9767, integrating basic financial literacy as a core subject in the K-12 curriculum, by Representative Rama.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9768, Kabuhayan at Kaunlaran ng Kababayang Katutubo Act, by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples.
House Bill 9769, providing for the full and effective implementation and enforcement of international maritime instruments which the Philippines is a state party, by Representative Gonzales.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 9770, ensuring that senior high school graduates under the K-12 program are equipped with the knowledge, training, and skills demanded in the labor market, enhancing their employability and competitiveness, creating the Batang Magaling Councils to strengthen multi-stakeholder collaboration and support for their employment, allowing full deduction of training expenses incurred for their skills development, by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Basic Education, Culture, Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 9773, declaring August 1 of every year a special non-working holiday in Nasipit, Agusan del Norte, to be known as the Araw ng Nasipit, by Representative Corvera.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9774, declaring September 29 of every year a special non-working holiday in Nasipit, Agusan del Norte, in celebration of the Dungo Festival, by Representative Corvera.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9775, granting the Sorsogon 2 Electric Cooperative a franchise for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in Sorsogon City, the municipalities of Donsol, Pilar, Castilla, Gubat, Prieto, Diaz, Barcelona, and its neighboring suburbs, by Representative Escudero.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchise.
House Bill 9776, amending RA 9646, regulating the practice of real estate service in the Philippines, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 9777, protecting senior citizens from violence, defining elder abuse, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 9778, providing for a more responsive and comprehensive regulation for the registration, licensing, and practice of professional computer engineers, registered computer engineers, computer engineering technologists, and computer technicians, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 9779, amending Articles 333 and 344 and repealing Article 334 of the revised Penal Code, eliminating gender bias in adultery and concubinage, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 9780, strengthening the National Measurement Infrastructure System, amending the National Metrology Act of 2003, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee of Science and Technology.
House Bill 9781, providing for the evaluation of public and private programs in order to reduce the rate of teenage pregnancy, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 9782, amending Section 4 of R 10149 to promote financial viability of fiscal discipline in GOCCs and to strengthen the role of the state in its governance and management to make them more responsive to the needs of public interest, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 9783, amending certain sections of the Medical Act of 1959, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation and Committee on Health.
House Bill 9789, Consumer Data Rights Act of 2024, by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 9786, integrating financial literacy and peace education in the K-12 basic education curriculum, by Representative Adjong.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9787, recognizing difference in neurodevelopment, upholding the rights of neurodivergent people, and instituting a national care and support plan for neurodiversity, by Representative Adjong.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 9788, establishing and converting the existing newly constructed hospital building in Tandu Bato, Luok, 2nd District of Sulu to Sulu Sanitarium Luok Annex, by Representative Arbison.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9789, amending and renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Domestic Satellite Philippines, Incorporated under PD 947, by Representative Kua.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchise.
House Bill 9790, strengthening the Commission of Human Rights as a national human rights institution, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe, Marcos Abante, Romualdez Yeda Maria, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1528, congratulating and commending the Catholic Women's Club for its dynamism, significance, and relevance in the field of charity work, by Representative Villarica.
The Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Resolution 1530, directing the Committees on Civil Service and Professional Regulation and Basic Education and Culture to investigate the alleged failure of the DepEd to timely remit the benefit contributions of its employees every year, by Representatives Castro Franz, Bros, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1531, calling on the Committee on Public Order and Safety to conduct an investigation on the delays in the promotion of third-level officers of the PNP, by Representatives Acop, Abante, and Fernandez.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1532, urging action to improve educational standards and performance in reading, mathematics, and science among Filipino students, by Representative Ruistro.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Resolution 1533, urging the House to conduct an investigation into the latest issuances of DepEd and CHED of the government assistance to students and teachers in private education program in light of the right to access to quality education, by Representatives Castro Franz, Boses, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1534, directing the appropriate committees to conduct an inquiry on the recent widespread power disturbance in Western Visayas, by Representative Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1535, urging the House through the Committee on Energy to conduct an investigation on the recurring grid disturbance of the Western Visayas Panay Island transmission line, resulting in a scheduled power outage in the said area, by Representatives De Jesus and Dagoop.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1536, directing the Committee on Energy to conduct an inquiry on the massive power outage in the province of Capiz, by Representative Gintu.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1537, urging the Committee on Energy to immediately conduct an inquiry on the region-wide unscheduled and intermittent January 2024 blackout in Western Visayas, by Representatives Baronda, Goriseta, Tupas, Defensor, Garin, Biron, Billones, Castro Jane, Ligarda, Haresco, Marquez, Nava, Gasataya, Valmayor, Marañon, Benitez, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Alvarez, Mercedes, Ang, and Colada.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1538, enjoining the Committee on Local Government and the DENR to conduct an inquiry on the ongoing boundary dispute between the provinces of Cotabato and Bukidnon by Representative Santos.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1539, congratulating and commending the FIBA Local Organizing Committee and Samahang Basketball ng Pilipinas, as well as the private sector and all government agencies and instrumentalities for the successful hosting of the 2023 FIBA Basketball World Cup by Representative Puno.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1540, commending and congratulating Honorable Ralph Gonzalez Recto for his appointment as the Secretary of the Department of Finance by Representative Chua.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1541, directing the House through its Committee on Public Accounts to investigate the reported signature buying and alleged use of public funds for the so-called People's Initiative to amend the 1997 Philippine Constitution by Representatives Castro Franz, Bros, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1542, urging the COMELEC to update and cleanse the certified list of voters in the entire country before resuming this year and the system of continuing registration of voters in order to ensure clean, honest, and credible elections by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Resolution 1544, directing the Committee on Energy to conduct an inquiry on issues of sufficiency, reliability, and affordability of electricity in the province of Palawan by Representative Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Alvarez Jose, and Salvame.
To the Committee on Rules.
Messages from the President. Veto message dated December 20, 2023 of President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos, Jr. on certain items of Republic Act 11975, the General Appropriations Act of Fiscal Year 2024.
To the Committee on Rules.
Veto message dated January 5, 2024 of President Marcos on certain provisions of Republic Act 11976, introducing administrative tax reforms.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message from the Senate. Message dated December 18, 2023, informing the House that on December 13, 2023, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2221 and House Bill 7325 on the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications. Letter dated November 3, 2023 of the National Youth Commission Chairperson and CEO, informing the House of Representatives that their report on the utilization of Sangguniang Kabataan, Mandatory and Continuing Training Fund, Statement of Appropriations, Allotments, Obligations, Disbursements, and Balances for the quarter ending September 30, 2023 was posted on their website, transparently sealed on October 27, 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated November 7, 2023 of the BIR Commissioner submitting to the House a copy of their consolidated monthly report of disbursements for the month of October 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated November 9, 2023 of the DOTR Undersecretary for Administration and Finance transmitting to the House certain financial reports for the month of October 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated November 10, 2023 of the OPA-PRU Secretary informing the House that OPA-PRU's financial report for the month of October 2023 was submitted to the Unified Reporting System and posted on their official website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Various letters and reports submitted by local government chief executives and officials regarding their fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letters dated November 30 and December 6, 2023 of the BSP Bank Officer 6 of the Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Archives. To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Report dated January 10, 2024 of the House Secretary General on enrolled copies of House Bill number 8980, the proposed 2024 General Appropriations Act, which were transmitted to the Office of the President on December 19, 2023 for His Excellency's consideration and signature, pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House of Representatives. Letter dated December 20, 2023 of the Executive Secretary of the Office of the President, transmitting two original copies of RA 11975, the 2024 General Appropriations Act, which was signed by President Marcos, together with his line veto message.
To the archives.
Letter dated December 27, 2023 of the Executive Secretary, Office of the President, transmitting two original copies each of the following Republic Acts, which were signed by President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. RA 11968, converting the San Isidro Satellite Campus of the Leyte Normal University, located in San Isidro, Leyte, into a regular campus of the Leyte Normal University, to be known as the Leyte Normal University San Isidro Campus. RA 11969, converting the Bataan Peninsula State University, Bagak Extension, in Bagak, Bataan, into a regular campus of the Bataan Peninsula State University, to be known as the Bataan Peninsula State University, Bagak Campus. RA 11970, establishing a College of Medicine in the Benguet State University, located in La Trinidad, Benguet, to be known as the Benguet State University College of Medicine. RA 11971, establishing a College of Medicine in the Southern Luzon State University main campus, located in Lucban, Quezon, to be known as the Southern Luzon State University College of Medicine. RA 11972, establishing a College of Medicine in the University of Eastern Philippines, located in Catarman, Northern Samar, to be known as the University of Eastern Philippines College of Medicine. RA 11973, establishing in Ligao, Alba, a College of Veterinary Medicine of the Bicol University, to be known as the Bicol University College of Veterinary Medicine. And RA 11974, establishing a College of Medicine in the Visayas State University, located in Baybay, Leyte, to be known as the Visayas State University College of Medicine.
To the archives.
Letter dated January 5, 2024 of the Executive Secretary, Office of the President, transmitting two original copies of RA 11976, introducing administrative tax reforms, which was signed by President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. together with his line veto message.
To the archives.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 927 and 928 submitted by the Committees on Transportation and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 9757 and 9758 respectively. Committee report number 929 submitted by the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation on House Bill numbers 9764. Committee report numbers 930 and 934 submitted by the Special Committee on Creative Industries on House Resolution numbers 1529 and 1543 respectively. Committee report number 931 submitted by the Committee on Local Government and on House Bill number 9771. Committee report number 932 submitted by the Committees on Higher and Technical Education and Appropriations on House Bill number 9772. Committee report number 933 submitted by the Committees on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development and Ways and Means on House Bill number 9784. Committee report number 935 submitted by the Committees on Ways and Means on House Bill number 9794.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed with the privilege hour, may I request that we acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Joseph Bulago from the 2nd District of Nueva Ecija. They are the students, including their school administrators and faculty advisors from FINMA Arroyo and the University, San Jose City, Nueva Ecija, led by Madam Annabel Arcilia.
We would like to acknowledge the guest of Congressman Joseph Bulago of the 2nd District. They are here in the House of Representatives. I can see them. Let's all give a round of applause to them. Majority Leader.
Likewise, Mr. Speaker, may I request that we acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Raul Daniel Manuel, representative of Kabataan Party List. They are the following: Ruben Bailon, Hernane Gallardo, Zaldi Canabal, Revong Aguinaldo, Emilio Millares, Dion Dayola, Dionisio Bendoy, Eduardo Buelia, Marilyn Lapitan, Josephine Ladera, Artemio Pinheiro, and Eden Pinheiro.
Thank you to the guests of Congressman Raul Manuel of the Kabataan Party List. We welcome you to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to our rules, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Privilege hour is open.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the gentleman from the Lone District of Pasig City, Representative Roman T. Romulo, be recognized to avail the privilege hour.
Chairman Roman Romola, the Lone District Representative of Pasig, is hereby recognized. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, my distinguished colleagues in the 19th Congress, Co-Chairperson of EDCOM 2, Congressman Mark Go, EDCOM 2 Commissioners, Congressman Kiko Benitez, Khalid Dimaporo, PJ Garcia, Executive Director Carol Marquis, to the Advisory Council and Secretariat of EDCOM 2 present here today, a pleasant afternoon to us all. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, allow me to update this august chamber on the state of education in our country based on the Year 1 report of EDCOM 2. In December 2019, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development released the report from the 2018 cycle of the Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, which the Philippines joined for the first time. Headlines at the time consistently highlighted a distressing reality. I quote, that among 79 participating countries, the Philippines ranks lowest in reading, math, and science. Close quotation. This raised alarms and ignited a collective acknowledgement of issues within our educational system. The subsequent response from Congress, which culminated in the passage of Republic Act number 11899, marked the beginning of our collective endeavor to address the prevailing issues within our education system and ensure that our government provides the caliber of education that our children rightfully deserve. A year ago today, the Second Congressional Commission on Education convened to answer a pressing question. Is our country facing an education crisis? Beyond mere validation, our objective was to delve into the roots of this crisis and understand why it persists. Today, I stand before you to share the initial findings derived from a year spent unraveling the complexities of our educational landscape. These preliminary discoveries, focusing on 12 of our 28 priority areas, result from extensive data analysis and deliberations, 19 hearings, 12 focus group discussions, and 23 site visits across the nation. As we delve deeper, we anticipate a more profound understanding of the challenges at hand, which will, in turn, enable us to craft enduring solutions. Let us begin with early childhood. Studies show that the Philippines has one of the highest rates of under 5 stunting globally. And while our laws and programs adhere to global standards, implementation has become fragmented, coverage remains low, and targeting has been weak. During this critical period of cognitive development, lack of nourishment for both the mother and the child, especially in the first 1,000 days of life, carries consequences on the child's growth, learning trajectory, and overall life outcomes. on the matter of early childhood education, despite Republic Act 6972 of 1990, which requires each barangay to have at least one daycare center, access to such facilities remains inequitable. A study by the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, PIDS, shows that only 36% of barangays have daycares or child development centers. The disparities are also stark. In the first-class municipalities, there are up to 6 centers for every 10,000 children ages 3 to 4. However, in 6th-class municipalities, this number drops to only 1 to 2 centers for every 10,000 children. Adding to the complexities, another issue of concern arises in the qualification of those entrusted with running these centers. The workers and teachers, by and large, lack the necessary training in early childhood education, ECE. Alarmingly, barely half of them have a college degree, 17% possess only a high school diploma, and a staggering few have received formal training in ECE based on data provided by the ECCD. Since 2005, the higher education institutions nationwide offering an ECE teaching program have only 3,993 graduates. This translates to less than 4,000 graduates in 2 decades, averaging barely 80 per year, a figure insufficient to meet the demands of our population. Compounding the issue is the employment status of the majority of these workers and teachers, holding non-permanent positions and receiving an average monthly wage of only 5,000 pesos. Worse, 19% of them, about 1 in 5, receive only an honorarium of 1,000 pesos per month. While our basic education system boasts of a net enrollment rate close to 90%, the results of various international and national assessments underscore a disconcerting reality. Students are not learning effectively during their time in school. This disconnect between enrollment figures and the actual efficacy of learning within our educational institutions highlight the necessity of re-evaluating our pedagogical approaches and education policies. With regards to textbooks and learning module, we allocate over 1 billion pesos annually for textbook procurement on the belief that students benefit significantly from access to printed materials for both structured and self-directed learning. The review of EDCOM2, however, reveals that over the past decade, the government has effectively procured merely 27 textbook titles for grades 1 to 10 students. Out of the 12.6 billion pesos allocated for textbooks from fiscal year 2018 to 2022, less than 1 billion pesos has been utilized. The challenges in procurement have also impeded our ability to assess and gauge the learning outcomes of our students. On paper, despite the existence of numerous assessments, such as the National Achievement Test or NAT, designed to inform the development and adjustment of any such interventions in the basic education sector, EDCOM2's analysis shows that out of the 27 key stage assessments scheduled from 2016 to 2023, 13 were administered late and 11 were not administered at all. This lapse in conducting assessments at designated times created a void in the system's level assessment data. Consequently, Stakeholders have resorted to implementing additional tests, resulting in a proliferation of redundant assessments with varying quality, producing results that neither comparable nor are generalizable at the national level, and ultimately placing an undue burden on teachers who sacrifice valuable instructional time to administer tests without obtaining meaningful and actionable results. In response to the perceived learning loss during the lockdown during COVID-19, schools are on track to implement the National Learning Recovery Program. However, as revealed in consultations conducted by EDCOM2, interventions such as the learning camps during the school year breaks may not effectively reach the learners most in need of remediation due to costs associated with attending extra school days in school. It is crucial for us to strive to making learning equitable and to target support towards those who need it most. Higher education in our country exhibits a paradox. While enrollment numbers are increasing, we are also seeing heightened dropout rates. Alarming data from the CHED indicate an attrition rate as high as 41% in 2020. Access to higher education also remains elusive for the economically disadvantaged. Despite budget allocations, inequities persist, and the intended beneficiaries of the subsidy program deviate from their original purpose. Enrollment figure among the poorest students have only seen a marginal improvement from 1.7% in 1999 to 6.1% in 2019, illustrating the depth of inequity in access. Most of those who have availed of the tertiary education subsidy lie outside the category of the poorest of the poor, clearly deviating from the spirit behind the enactment of the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Law. In 2018, listahanan beneficiaries in the subsidy program comprised 74% of enrollees. In 2022, this share dropped to 31%, with the majority of grantees hailing from the municipalities without SUCs and LUCs. In teacher education, disconcerting passing rates in the licensure examinations persist, raising questions about the continued operation of the underperforming institutions. From 2009 to 2023, the average passing rate in the licensure examinations for elementary and secondary teachers has been dismal compared to those in other professions, at 33% and 40% respectively. EDCOM also found that between 2012 and 2022, 77 higher education institutions offering Bachelor of Elementary Education and 105 HEIs offering Bachelor of Secondary Education continue to operate despite having consistently zero passing rates in the licensure examination for teachers or LET. Against this backdrop, the strengthened Teacher Education Council remains unrealized. 2 years after our work in passing this much-needed measure. Throughout our consultations across the nation, teachers consistently voiced a plea. Please help us, we just want to teach. However, as what many of us has been made aware, their lamentation extends beyond issues in the classroom, and as additional responsibilities ranging from canteen management to filling up forms for the central office and even serving as coordinators for programs such as 4Ps or DRRM. Over 50 tasks, according to the Department of Education's inventory, pulled them out of the classrooms and away from their students. While efforts are being made to address this issue, such as hiring of new admin officers, which number at 5,000 per year starting in 2020, the reality is that these officers are often shared by multiple schools, thus making only a limited impact against the long list of ancillary and administrative tasks that we have asked our teachers to take on. Some of these additional responsibilities date back as far as 1925, as reported in the Monroe Survey. To compound teachers' frustrations, career advancement and professional development opportunities also remain limited. Turning our focus to TechVoc education, we saw an increased participation enabled by the rise in TVET institutions and the expanded subsidies and scholarships provided by the government. However, a majority of these enrollees, 3.7 million from 2014 to 2022, participated in community-based training programs. Unfortunately, these programs typically fall outside the purview of training regulations, and thus do not lead to assessment and certifications, which are in essence the very proof of their acquired skill. In fact, of TESDA's 2,203 programs, only 315 or less than 15% lead to a national certification. This underscores a critical gap in aligning skills, acquisition with required standards, hindering the advancement of our large but mostly uncertified skilled workforce. An additional challenge also lies in the maze of policies governing enterprise-based training. With the existence of 6 distinct government policies and programs contributing confusion on the ground, this is all more concerning considering the majority of our skilling programs, 64%, are designed for NC1 and NC2 levels, which yield only marginal improvements in income for our learners after completing the training. Industry participation remains limited and prohibitive, with numerous stakeholders expressing frustration over the voluminous paperwork, rigid but obsolete requirements, and prolonged processing times associated with TESDA. The resounding message, Mr. Speaker, is unmistakable. We must invest in higher level qualifications that align with the dynamic demands of the labor market. This requires a transformation in bureaucratic systems, making them more agile and responsive to the rapidly changing needs of the industry. At the root of these profound challenges in governance, are the profound challenges in governance and finance. We found that staffing levels in education agencies have not kept pace with their growing responsibilities. For example, in 2013 to 2023, SHED's budget increased by 633%, but the agency staffing complement only marginally rose from 543 to 666 during this period, leaving the agency dependent on 752 contract of service and job order personnel. Similarly, in the case of TESDA, the provincial offices grapple with a meager 7 to 12 personnel responsible for services, including a supervision of 17 to 88 public and private technical vocational institutions. The first EDCOM envisioned the establishment of a National Coordinating Council for Education, a high-level coordinating body intended to foster synergy among the DepEd, the CHED, the TESDA. Regrettably, this vision did not materialize. Instead, we find ourselves with 68 interagency bodies working on a broad range of concerns, leading to an impracticable situation that results in misalignment at the system, agency, and individual levels. Despite substantial growth in education funding over the past decade, sustaining increased investments, ensuring absorptive capacity, and strategically allocating resources that genuinely support learning remain crucial challenges. This involves not just the quality of funding, but the effectiveness of its utilization. We must also see these issues at the school level, where, as what was discovered during consultations, principals have lamented that their meager school maintenance and operating expenses are easily depleted by electricity bills, in some areas consuming up to 70% of these funds. The challenges faced by our schools, compounded by the inequities in the Special Education Fund, the median SEF income of municipalities stands at 1.6 million pesos, which is roughly equivalent to 4% of the median SEF income of cities and provinces. The contrast bears further between first income class municipalities, which have 68 times more SEF compared to their sixth income class peers. The SEF burdened with a growing list of expenditures, including nutrition and early childhood education. It therefore becomes incumbent upon us to revisit this policy to ensure equitable resourcing so that no child is left behind. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, the Commission's findings highlight the prevailing situation of the Philippine education system as it falls short of several standards. For one, a system is defined as a regular, interacting, or interdependent group of items forming a unified whole. By this standard, the education system in the Philippines struggles to meet the criteria of a true system. Moreover, it has fallen short of fulfilling the constitutional mandate of providing a complete, adequate, and integrated system of education. Instead of working as an interconnected system, the various agencies, bureaus, and offices have often devoted their solely on their respective mandates and targets, operating independently of one another. This is evident in the findings uncovered by the Commission in its first year. Ultimately, this fragmentation has led to the miseducation or poorly delivered education of Filipino learners, bringing about a profound education crisis, as has been laid bare by both national and international assessments, issues that the Commission is committed to squarely addressing. The headlines we've shared offer a glimpse into the comprehensive findings within the 400-plus pages of EDCOM 2's inaugural year report. Within those pages lies a thorough and measured examination of the challenges permeating our schools, from their context and roots to the potential pathways forward. While these ways forward seem difficult to parse from the sheer volume of findings, and the task at hand may appear daunting, the imperative, however, is clear. It is incumbent upon us to shift from piecemeal reform towards a strategic and united approach that aspires to not merely seeking short-term solutions to the challenges we have uncovered, but to ultimately build a robust and genuine education system. Such a shift requires moving away from a mindset that is narrowly focused on our own individual targets to one that recognizes the interdependence of our work, from plans that are perfect on paper to those that are doable in practice. The foundational step towards solutions involves a meticulous examination of the problem and determining the precise obstacles that impede genuine reform, a task that the Commission diligently pursued in our Year 1 report. This is the role of EDCOM 2, translating this clarity into actionable points so that together we can work towards a nation where every learner has access to quality education. As we embark on the remaining 2 years of EDCOM 2, our resolve is even stronger. This year, we will examine the remaining 16 priorities, addressing concerns from early childhood to higher education, including issues such as shortage in classrooms, bullying, and research productivity. Nevertheless, we are mindful that our ultimate goal extends beyond resolving issues that are symptoms of underlying problems. It is about the need to build and future-proof our system of education, one that is not only responsive to the needs of the present day, but also capable of evolving to meet the needs of the future. We carry forward the momentum gained in our first year, a momentum fueled not just by the tireless work of our advisory council and standing committee members and our colleagues in Congress, but also by the unwavering solidarity and sense of duty of individuals profoundly passionate about Philippine education. This collective commitment encompasses teachers, parents, our partners in DepEd, CHED, and TESDA, as well as advocates and stakeholders at every level who remain steadfast in their dedication to do their part for the betterment of our country and our learners. Congratulations to EDCOM 2 and to each and every individual who has contributed to the progress that we have achieved at this point. However, our work is far from over. Let us leverage this momentum and continue to move forward together in the remaining 2 years of EDCOM 2 for a brighter future for Philippine education and the Filipino people. Consistent and in accordance with RA number 11899, EDCOM 2 will be submitting to this August chamber, to the Speaker of the House, its Year 1 report on those levels, on those skills, on those spheres that the EDCOM 2 have already that I have disclosed in this report and that we have heard upon. I urge all the members of this August chamber to read the 400-page report. This 400-page report is a roadmap already for those basic foundational things that we must do. Again, this is the Year 1 report. There is still 2 years to go for EDCOM 2, but just in Year 1, we have seen that there are many foundational problems that we must already address. So with the cooperation and with the patience of all the members, hopefully, together, united, we push for these reforms, for a better future, for a better Philippines, for a future of our Filipino learners. Maraming salamat, Speaker. Maraming salamat, distinguished colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I respectfully recognize the gentleman from the 1st District of Albay, Congressman Edsel Lagman.
Congressman Edsel Lagman, you are hereby recognized.
Thank you. I truly congratulate the gentleman from Pasig, the chairman of the Committee on Basic Education, for exposing and underscoring the miseducation in the Philippines for several decades already up to the present. I join him in asking our colleagues to study the report. I have only one question, Mr. Speaker. Would the distinguished gentleman yield to this solitary question?
It is an honor, Mr. Speaker, to receive a question for the distinguished gentleman from Albay.
Is the crisis in Philippine education traceable to any defects or deficiencies in the Philippine Constitution of 1987?
Mr. Speaker, to the Constitution itself, I don't think there is anything that can be traceable for the simple reason that the Constitution, in fact, provides that the highest budget allocation should go to the education sector of our country. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution itself is quite bare with respect to the education system that we have. Many of the, as I stated here, Mr. Speaker, distinguished gentleman from Albay, in fact, even laws, and we have so many laws already that we have passed. But the problem really is implementation, the fragmented implementation of these laws, and sadly, in many instances, the negligence in implementation of these laws.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished gentleman, for that very candid and truthful answer. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, distinguished gentleman from Albay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Edsel Lagman, our independent congressman of the 1st District of Albay. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I respectfully request that we acknowledge Congressman Mark Go from the city of Baguio to deliver his manifestation.
Chairman Mark Go of the City of Baguio is hereby recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, and to our guests who have granted us the privilege to be present with us here today. Allow me to manifest my appreciation and full support to Representative Roman Romulus' privileged speech on the Congressional Commission Year 1 report. First and foremost, allow me to thank our colleagues from the EDCOM2 for their hard work and dedication in improving the educational system in the Philippines. Producing an accurate and comprehensive report is no easy task, as it would take days of sleepless nights, as well as great political will to achieve this feat. Truly, EDCOM2 continues to be our dependable partner in championing educational reforms in the Philippines. As we have heard from Representative Roman Romulus' report, the Commission's findings reveal significant shortcomings in the Philippine education system. It struggles to meet the criteria of a true system as it fails to function as a regularly interacting and interdependent unified whole. The system fell short of fulfilling the constitutional mandate of providing a complete, adequate, and integrated education. Though it may seem that the country is barely surviving the strong currents of the educational crisis, the report produced by EDCOM2 has given us a valuable opportunity to uplift the quality of education in the country and steer the fate of the succeeding generations of Filipinos into an empowered and enlightened future where access to quality education is truly the solution in transcending the cycle of poverty. My dear colleagues, educational reform is not an easy task, and all hands must be on deck in resolving this issue. We are up against many problems concerning education on multiple fronts, but I know that our love for our country, as well as our concern for the welfare of the youth, shall serve as our motivation to craft, support, and pass meaningful measures in Congress. The data we need is already available through the EDCOM 2 Year 1 report, which has already been launched today and made available to the public. Furthermore, may I encourage you to visit the lobby of the Ramon V. Mitra building, where an exhibit is now ongoing to show the urgency of the education crisis and our role in resolving this issue. It is time to face the problems head-on with a renewed fervor and a sense of duty. Together, let us commend the lengths of EDCOM2 that has gone to surface problems of our education system's dire need for reform, and on the part of Congress, be champions of education and take concrete steps in reforming our educational system. Together, let us make education for all Filipinos a meaningful experience and a gateway to the future that they dream of. Again, thank you very much, and may God continue to guide us in our journey of improving our country's quality education.
Mr. Speaker, may I also congratulate our co-chairperson in EDCOM 2, Chairman of Higher Education, Higher and Technical Education, the Honorable Mark Go. With him, he was able to successfully steer most of the discussions, not only in higher education, but also in basic education.
We thank the chairman of Chairman Go for his manifestation, and we also thank the sponsor, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the kind indulgence of the members who wish to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we temporarily suspend the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, we temporarily suspend the privilege hour.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Babang niya yan eh.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Speaker, Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, will address the body.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. Happy New Year. Please take your seats. Honorable Deputy Speakers, Majority Leader, Minority Leader, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon. Allow me to welcome and greet everyone a Happy New Year, and I am pleased to see the distinctive look of excitement and happiness that each of you exudes as we report back in plenary. Apparently, there are still some who are on vacation mode, but I'm sure they'll be back soon enough. A renowned American psychiatrist and writer, Theodore Isaac Rubin, once said, "Happiness does not come from doing easy work, but from the afterglow of satisfaction that comes after the achievement of a difficult task that demanded our best." And indeed, you have done your best. Truly, we have achieved several demanding and arduous tasks, and we have given our best. Thus, it is but fitting to express my utmost gratitude to all of you for our prodigious performance, and as well the monumental output from the beginning of the 19th Congress in July 2022 until the adjournment in December 2023. The numbers speak for themselves. As of January 17, 2024, we filed 11,379 legislative measures composed of 9,784 House bills and 1,594 resolutions. A total of 43 measures were enacted into law, 943 committee reports were filed, 663 measures were approved on third and final reading, which are now awaiting action by the Senate, and 4 measures are currently for consideration and approval by the President. Ladies and gentlemen, we have approved a total of 971 legislative measures, including a total of 212 adopted resolutions since the opening of the first regular session. I might add, among the 17 priority measures outlined by His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. in his second State of the Nation address last July 2023, 2 were enacted into laws, particularly Republic Act number 11964, or the Automatic Income Classification of Local Government Units Act, and RA 11976, or the Ease of Paying Taxes Act. For the rest of the SONA priority measures, 1 bicameral conference committee report was ratified by both houses of Congress, 1 is on BICAM deliberation, and 13 House bills were approved by the House on third and final reading. A flawless score of 17 out of 17 passed by the House, which is 7 months ahead of the President's next State of the Nation address in July 24. Give yourselves a round of applause because you deserve it. Tapos nating lahat ang assignment ang ibinigay sa atin ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa kanyang SONA noong isang taon. Tumupad din tayo sa kasunduan na napag-ikaisahan na sa LEDAC para sa mga batas na kailangan ipasa ng Senado at House of Representatives. Of the LEDAC priority measures targeted for passage by December 2023, we approved 20 out of the 20 measures, 3 months ahead of schedule, with 3 bicameral conference committee reports already ratified by both houses of Congress. We will be reporting this remarkable achievement to the President when the 4th Ladakh Council convenes this Thursday on January 25. Considering your boundless capacity to persist and strive until your work is done, and despite the odds and challenges along the way, this does not come as a surprise. Further, of the Ladakh priority measures for the 19th Congress, 11 measures were enacted, among the latest of which are, number 1, RA 11962, or the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act. Number 2, Republic Act 11966, or the Public-Private Partnership Code of the Philippines. And number 3, Republic Act 11967, or the Internet Transaction Act of 2023. In addition, for the past 2 years, this Congress not only passed the national budget on time, but ensured that it is truly responsive to the needs of our people while observing fiscal discipline and sound economic fundamentals. Nasa oras ang pagpasa ng budget, bukas ang proseso para sa lahat. May sapat na pondo sa bawat distrito, higit sa lahat, may malaking alokasyon bilang ayuda para sa mamamayan nating nahihirapan sa panahon ng inflation. Moving forward, we still need to approve other priority measures such as the Philippine Defense Industry Development Act, amendments to the Electric Power Industry Reform Act, Budget Modernization Act, and the National Defense Act. Ladies and gentlemen, we also ably demonstrated our resolve to address issues that impact our fellow Filipinos by exercising our oversight functions. We scrutinized government operations by conducting legislative inquiries in aid of legislation. We engaged our counterparts in the Executive Department in an open and honest discussion, gathered reliable information, and offered immediate recommendations. Among the most recent legislative investigations undertaken by the House include, number 1, the investigation by the Committee on the Dangerous Drugs on the alleged recycling reward system, the alleged commission being received by the assets or non-organic intelligence people of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, and the alleged involvement of some Philippine National Police officials in the 900-kilo Shabu haul in Tondo, Maynila. Number 2, the Committee on Public Order and Safety also held its own investigation on the procurement of body-worn cameras and other mission-essential equipment of the PNP, the reported disappearance of a person deprived of liberty, and the discovery of mass graves at the maximum security compound of the new Bilibid prison. Number 3, the Committee on Energy, for its part, launched an investigation on the massive power outage in Western Visayas that caused financial losses and hardships to many of our kababayans. Number 4, the Committee on Transportation investigated the alleged anomalies and charges of corruption involving the implementation of the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program. And number 5, just last week, the Committees on Ways and Means, Senior Citizens, and Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities conducted an investigation on the improper implementation of the 20% discount and the 12% VAT exemption for senior citizens and PWs on certain transactions. Hindi lamang tayo gumagawa ng batas. Ayon sa ating mandato, sinisigurado rin natin na naipapatupad ang mga batas na ito ng wasto at patas. Tinitiyak natin na bawat batas na ipinapasa natin ay may direktang pakinabang sa ordinaryong mamamayan. These are just but a few of our notable accomplishments, and the question that begs for sincere response is, however, is what additional measures could we still do to better serve the Filipino people? Dear colleagues, there are more compelling issues that demand our full attention. Foremost of these is inflation, which is now at a reduced from 4.1% in November 2023 to 3.9% in December. An unemployment rate which fell to 3.6%, the lowest recorded since April 2005. On the other hand, the employment rate rose to 96.4% also the highest recorded since April 2005. The economic data underscores the importance of executing sound and investment strategies to establish a favorable business environment and enhance the appeal to our investors. One strategy, obviously, is to boost assistance for the vulnerable sectors, such as the farmers and the fisher folk, to guarantee lower prices on essential commodities and increase the purchasing power of our consumers. Sa mga susunod na araw at buwan, ilalargan natin ang ating administrasyon ang malalaking programa para mabigyan ng ginhawa ang ating mga mamamayan sa harap ng inflation na nanaganap ngayon sa buong mundo. Lahat ng programa ito ay nilagyan natin ng sapat na pondo dito sa Kongreso. Tulungan natin ang Pangulo para matiyak na bawat sentimo sa mga programang ito ay makakarating sa lahat na distrito mula sa mga siyudad hanggang sa mga baryo. Another strategy, obviously, is to optimize the utilization of government financial resources and encourage intergenerational management through the Maharlika Investment Fund to expedite the progress of the infrastructure development in the country, generate opportunities for high-quality employment, attract foreign investors, and propel the country towards higher economic growth. Everyone is aware of the recent power outages that nearly paralyzed Panay and Guimaras Islands. This incident demonstrated the crucial role of our power infrastructure in ensuring energy security and sustainable development in the country. The government, through the Maharlika Investment Fund, may opt to participate in critical infrastructure upgrades by investing in the NGCP. The investment will help improve overall grid performance, fortify the country's energy sector, and contribute to lowering the cost of energy. And of course, this comes with the assurance that the nation's public funds will be used efficiently and with full transparency. The Maharlika Investment Fund is at the forefront of the Marcos administration's developmental agenda. It forms a huge part of the President's strategic vision for a more sustainable and beneficial economy. And for our part, we help deliver and formulate this meritorious policy in solidarity with the objectives of the Executive Department. Just recently, the Executive Department tapped one of our own, the Honorable and highly respected House Deputy Speaker, Ralph G. Recto, who now helms the Department of Finance. His broad knowledge in economics and taxation, coupled with extensive legislative experience of crafting significant fiscal policies, are surefire guarantee to further toughen the country's financial position. We shall also continue to review our laws and policies and remain open to the challenges of our duties as representatives of the people. Our aim is to address pressing contemporary issues and introduce reforms. We need to strengthen the relevance and applicability of the established laws and policies to align with existing conditions, including amendments to the Constitution, all for the benefit of the people and the economic prosperity of our nation. It is critical that we facilitate the entry of foreign capital and direct investments into our economy, and it's imperative that we re-examine the Constitution and carefully scrutinize pertinent economic provisions to eliminate the barriers that restrict potential growth. We therefore welcome the recent move of the Senate, led by the Honorable Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, in joining the House of its representatives in its historic and laudable efforts towards charter change via Constituent Assembly. The Senate President, together with Senators Sani Angara and Loren Legarda, filed a resolution of both houses number 6, which proposes amendments to specific economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution. This signals a strong sense of unity and purpose. The Congress of the Philippines, now acting as one body, will eventually fulfill the call for a reformed, responsible, and result-oriented constitutional framework. Sa tulong ng Senado at lahat ng Pilipino naghahangad ng pagbabago, matutupad na rin ang pangarap natin na mabuksan ang ekonomiya para makapasok ang pondong kailangan sa paglikha ng mas maraming negosyo, trabaho at kabuhayan ng mga Pilipino. Ladies and gentlemen of this distinguished body, we have reached the midpoint of our term. Yet the pressure upon us continues, and as representatives of the people, our capacity is constantly put to a test that I must admit could be both intimidating and unsettling. Humans as we are, we possess inherent limitations and weaknesses. Nevertheless, as I constantly and fiercely say every time I stand on this platform, collectively, we shall confront and conquer the arduous tasks to faithfully perform our sworn duty to serve the people and ultimately prevail. Let us now get back to work, powered by optimism and excitement for a more responsive House of Representatives and a progressive Philippines. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang mamayang Pilipino. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
members mo lang padala. Ganyan mo kaganyan, binabanatan ako sa mga troll, no? Baka tinitiran ako ng mga troll. Hindi, bayaan mo yan, sumisikat ka lalo.
May I request all the congressmen to proceed in front for a photo session with the House leadership? That's not an order. Please proceed to the in front of the podium for photo session. Thank you.
Thanks, Pong. Unless
Ongoing yan. Break out for, hindi ito sa akin. Sige, I'll talk to some people there. Baka pwede na.
Tawag muna ako sa foundation. Anong foundation? Sabi mo para at least. Kasi but your work is a busy one. Ha? Tara, party list. Meron na nandun na directive ang mayor ko. Ang tutulungan. Patay ba sa tapos? At talk to him also na kasama naman sa ating administration eh. At talk to him pagdating ha. Balang araw after sa akin. Pwede rin ha. Meron ako kakasabi. At sige tayo sa atin. Lapit sa akin.
Alam ko lang, no? Hindi, kwan ko.
Happy New Year!
Oo, punta ako sa speaker tungkol dyan. Sige. Kwan mo na lang.
At siguro naman hindi yun naawayin ng gobyerno.
Sometimes it hits.
Bahala siya.
Timingin ko lang si boss. Yung tingog gusto mo pang i-extend sa Central Pangasinan.
Pwede, pero aralin muna natin.
Oo,
Kasi,
sige.
ay, siyempre, nahiya ako kay na Secretary. Sige lang. Makal.
Central yun, Central Pangasinan.
Sige. Pero sige. I-timing lang natin.
Okay.
Ngayon, actually, umuo na kami lahat kasi mag-election.
Oo.
Pero ita-timing lang.
Oo. Kasi ako nasa Eastern Eastern Pangasinan.
Sino Central Congressman? Sino Congressman doon?
Saan?
Sa Central.
Tuwak ko. Pero papasukin natin yun.
Hindi naman siguro yan.
Ipa-under ko na sa isang kwando.
Hindi naman siguro yan magagalit. Kausapin lang. Paalam lang.
Kaya, it's either
Basta
doon,
sabi mo,
or makatarong, ganyan.
susunod ako.
Kasi gusto ko rin na makakuwag kayo doon.
I-timing lang natin siguro mga March.
Actually, hindi naman abuno ang kanyo doon. Yung Ispino, Kapi.
Kaya congressman.
Ay, no, ma'am.
Ano, meron bang third reading?
Okay. Sige.
The National Conference on yun yung week na dapat ako mag-resign. Sabi ko na sa'yo. Si Balindong, hindi naman daw alis. Kaya nga, tuwid sa... Noong December, bugbog naman ako. Di naman din. Lahat sila, ang daming wala. Kaya ka mang... Pau. We ask the members to settle down. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes suspension.
Session suspended. Yan yung majority leader natin. Pero tapos na yung cake one, di ba? Ang interpellator? Mag-privilege speech. Franz Castro, di ba?
Tatapos lang sa
Session resumes. May we ask the members to please settle down so we can do our business. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Roman Romulo for the continuation of his privileged speech. And thereafter, I move that we also recognize Representative Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
Yes, we will resume now the interpellations of our Honorable Chairperson for the Basic Education, Representative Roman Romulo. Right now, I'd like to recognize our distinguished party list ACT Teachers, Representative Franz Castro. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. So, I congratulate the chair of the Committee on Basic Education for that, I think, very truthful and very brave, report on the situation of our education. So, yung unang tanong po, Mr. Speaker, dahil hindi pa naman ito yung kumpleto, you just have described the situation, our educational system in a nutshell. So, nakita natin dito, Mr. Speaker, and sabi natin yung foundation. So, meron tayong problema, Mr. Speaker, no? Sa foundation pa lang ng ating mga kabataan. Doon na nagsisimula yung problema natin. We start with the, of course, yung health ng ating mga bata. So, how would the students na stunted na gano'n makaka-receive sila? Ma-absorb nila yung mga tinuturo sa eskwelahan. And of course, at the early years ng pag-aaral, Mr. Speaker, on the daycare center, ang report, marami ng mga aging na mga teachers tayo. And wala pang in training ng mga teachers, yun ang mahalaga eh. Kasi paano natin ituturuan yung mga bata ng mga basic foundation kung wala po tayo nung wala po tayo nung basic skills ng ating mga teachers. So yun yung nag-stuck sa akin So at isa sa mga nakita ko rin, Mr. Speaker, ay yung kakulangan ng textbooks. So we have implemented, Mr. Speaker, yung K-12 program. Tama yung sinabi at nire-report din ng mga teachers. Talagang yung, for example, sa Filipino na grade 7, talagang walang textbooks yun na nire-report sa amin. Okay, so tama yung tama yung report, Mr. Speaker. At isa rin sa nag-struck sa akin, yung 77 higher education institutions with offering ng BE-Ed at saka 105 BSE-Ed, 0 passing rate. So paano ito nangyayari, Mr. Speaker? Through the years. Di ba? So ano ba yung recommendation dito? Kasi kailangan nating magsimula din doon sa tukuyin natin yung problema sa teachers. So, meron bang recommendation as this early kung ano pa yung dapat gawin? Kasi hindi ko pa nabasa yung 400 pages na report kung may recommendations na po doon.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Castro, members present here this afternoon. Unang-una po, Honorable Castro, tama po kayo. Actually, yung identify ng EDCOM 2 are 28 priority areas. Yung kasama po nung report pala ngayon for year 1 only covers 12 of the 28 priority areas. So tama po kayo, talagang medyo mahaba-haba pa ang pupuntahan natin. Pangalawa, tama rin po kayo na inumpisan niyo po dun sa early years po. Ang totoo po niyan, base sa datos na huli namin nakita, we have about 12.5 million Filipinos under the age of 5. Alam naman po natin ng totoo, pagdating ng 3 and 4, dun pala, 3 years old and 4 years old, dun pa lamang pumapasok yung daycare system. So below 5 po, we have about 12 to 12.5 million learners na. Pero, base rin sa datos na pinakita po sa amin, napakababa po ng mga enrollees kahit sa daycare pa lamang namin. In fact, in one study, ang sinabi po, less than 20% ang naka-enroll dito sa daycare centers kasi hindi naman po siya mandatory. Pangalawa po, pero ito po, Honorable Castro, dapat pag-isipan nating lahat. Sa isang isang FGD na naganap, tinanong po yung mga magulang na merong anak na 3 to 4 years old, in-enroll niyo po ba yung anak ninyo sa daycare centers natin? Alam niyo po kung ano sagot nila? Hindi. Alam niyo, may rason sila ba't hindi nila in-enroll. Ang sabi nila, ang daycare centers po natin, more or less, 3 to 4 hours a day lang yan. Ang sabi ng magulang doon sa FGD, pag hinatid namin yung isang anak namin sa daycare, paghatid namin, pauwi pa lamang kami, may maiiwan na kaming anak. Masyadong maikli yung 3 to 4 hours. Isa po yan sa mga issues na sa totoo, Honorable Castro, kailangan natin lahat pag-isipan. Kasi ito po nanggagaling na rin sa mga magulang. Of course, it's an FGD. Pero may kita po natin, it may explain bakit napakababa ng mga enrollees natin sa daycare centers. Kung less than 20%. In addition, kung tingnan po natin yung sa daycare centers natin, nagka-confusion pa po dyan. Honorable Castro, sino ba ang in charge? Yung ECCD, DSWD, or DepEd? Ngayon po, yun ang isa sa mga recommendations na liwanagin po natin kung sino po ba talaga ang magiging in charge yan.
Yeah.
Tungkol naman po sa binanggit ninyo na learning materials, na napaka-onting learning materials. Sa totoo, Honorable Castro, members of this August Chamber, this is one issue na kailangan natin talaga pag-isipan. Bakit? Base sa flowchart ng DepEd. It will take them 5 years from first yung call pa lamang for a textbook. Kasi una po, magko-call sila ng kailangan nila ng textbook. Pangalawa po doon, i-review yung proposed content kung sino magka-qualify. Then before printing, may review po doon kung may typographical error or wala. The whole system po takes about 5 years kung talagang tututuhanin. Sabi sa amin nung ibang mga resource guest namin noon, shinortcut pa nga po yan at one point eh. Yung dating review na dapat 9 months, dapat paggawa na isang curriculum, 9 months ang pinakamaikli dyan. Yung iba po, nag-call ang DepEd na dapat 6 months. Sabi nga ng mga publisher, imposible, pero syempre, gusto nilang pumasok. Pero again po, on paper, parang andali. On paper, parang 1 year, 6 months o 2 years, makakaproduce ng libro, textbook. Pero in reality, yun ang sinasabi natin kanina, sa papel, parang ang ganda ng sistema. Pero in actuality po, sa haba ng proseso, it will take 5 years from call to the actual delivery. Kaya may kita po natin, kung ikaw po, reputable po kayo na publication house, ganun katagal po, medyo sobrang laki po ng investment. Napaka-hirap po nun. Pangalawa po, kasama rin sa issue po na yan. Di ba yung pag-review po nung text na ginawa po? Sa totoo po, wala tayong independent group. Wala pong nagre-review niyan. Kung tama po ba yung text, yung curriculum na lumabas nun sa textbook. Ang gumagawa rin po niyan, isang department, isang
Agency.
isang office within the Department of Education rin, na hindi lang yun ang trabaho nila, marami pang iba. So may kita po natin talagang minsan nagagalit rin tayo sa DepEd, pero sa totoo, yung system rin po kasi, napakahirap for them. So sa totoo po, tama rin kayo kanina, sinabi nyo, sige, sa first trial, baka meron ng solusyon. Pero wala pa hong perfectong solusyon. Kasi katulad po yun, yung 5 years na yun, napakahirap po nun, napakatagal po nun. By the time, baka pasay na po yung linalaman nung textbook na yun o nung learning material na yun. Yun po, kailangan natin marisolbahan. Paano natin yung procurement process po, paano po natin magiging mas praktikal para mas marami at mas mabilis ang pag-deliver natin ng tamang libro. Yung sinabi niyong huli po, kung may nakalimutan ako, yung sinabi niyo yung mga HEIs natin na nagbibigay po nung education degrees for elementary and for secondary. Tama po kayo, exact yung number. Meron pong mga HEIs na may programang ganon, 2012 pa po yun, hindi ngayon lang. Since 2012 hanggang ngayon, wala naman hunap na ipasa na estudyante. Pero again po, still existing pa rin po yung degree dun sa HEI na yun. Again po yan naman, Honorable Castro, siguro naman pwede nang gumalaw ang CHED sa bagay na yan. Siguro naman, nakita na natin gano'ng katagal na rin po na hindi naman wala namang pumapasa. Siguro naman, hindi naman po natin kailangan pa ng batas dyan. Siguro po, oversight lang, pero siguro kailangan umakto rin ng CHED. Kasi ando doon na po, kitang-kita naman eh. Siguro mag-show ko sila, magpaliwanag, pero since 2012 po, existing na po, may mga HEIs tayo na hindi naman pumapasa yung estudyante nila. Walang passer po. Pero again po, hindi naman po sinara.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished Chairman of the Committee on Education, Basic Education. So ito po talagang na-shock ako dito sa mga HEIs na walang pumapasa ng mga teacher natin doon sa licensure examination. So tama kayo, no, dapat na i-revisit or i-oversight ng higher education, maybe mayroong gagawing trabaho ang ating Committee on Higher Education kaugnay dito. Ano ba yung mga standard? Bakit nangyayari ito na tingin natin nasasayang lang, no? Nagkakaroon ng sayang and wastage. Okay, so isa pa po sa nakita natin dito, Mr. Speaker, na medyo talagang malapit na malapit sa puso ko at yan din yung panawagan ng mga teachers. Yung ang dami-daming mga ancillary services So napansin ko doon, kinunan ko pa nga ng picture, yung 50. Hindi lang yata 50 yon, Mr. Chair. Baka mas marami pa doon, yung yung mga ancillary services na, Mr. Speaker, na pinagagawa sa ating mga teacher. Okay? So halimbawa, yung pamamalengke. Sa feeding program, si teacher, umagang-umaga, alas 4, alas 3, namamalengke na yan. Namamalengke na yan para iluto sa mga feeding program. So gawain pa ba yun ng teacher? So sana hindi na. Alam niyo po, yung mga binabanggit natin na mga gawain, ito yung 4Ps. Sinasabi ko na, matagal ko lagi sinasabi dyan, nagmo-monitor ang teacher ng mga 4Ps. Gawain pa rin ba yan ng teacher? Makakatulong yung teacher dahil pwedeng mag-coordinate. Pero dahil nga tayo ay may learning crisis, at through the times, Mr. Speaker, at sa ating kasamahan, to our colleague, through the years, napansin natin yung dami ng mga pinagagawa na sa ating mga teachers na hindi naman talaga nila gawain. So to the detriment of the education ng estudyante. Kasi hindi na makapag-focus yung mga bata. Ito, may sinasabi pa nga sa akin, sana Kong Franz, makagawa ka rin ng bill na sana ay pag off hours na ang teacher o Saturday and Sunday, hindi na siya tatawagan ng principal niya o ng PSDS niya o the supervisor niya na mag-submit ng report. Biro nyo, wee hours of the day, siguro natutulog na siya noon or nagpapahinga na, pasasubmitin pa ng report. So yun yung mga problema natin na pwede naman na sigurong gawin ngayon ng DepEd yan. Tanggalin yung mga ancillary services. Kaya lang ang problema natin, Mr. Speaker, parang kulang para sa akin yung 5,000 a year na binadagdag sa mga education support personnel. Nung weekend, Mr. Speaker, galing ako sa Mindoro. So nalaman ko doon na, although meron namang mga education support personnel na hinire, pero kulang po itong 5,000 nationwide. Kaya dyan pa lang pwede nang gawin ng DepEd yun eh. Tanggalan ng ancillary services ang teacher so that makafocus talaga sa teach. Kung meron tayong read, meron tayong teach. Dapat, di ba, nakapokus si teacher sa pagtuturo at hindi niya naiiwan ang mga bata dahil may report, mayroong nirarush na mga report at iba pang mga co-curricular activities na nakaka-distract din doon sa pag-aaral ng
Honorable
mga bata.
Castro, siguro madagdagan ko lang yung sinabi po ninyo. In fact, sinabi rin po natin sa report natin kanina, yung additional 5,000 na yon, kulang, tama kayo, kulang talaga yon. In fact, in some areas po, yung na-hire, services about 3 schools. So imagine po, siguro talagang kailangan natin may sense of urgency. Kailangan pabilisin po natin itong pag-hire. Alam ko naman, hindi naman pwede mag-hire lang. Kailangan po talagang paspasan lang, sense of urgency. Siguro din lang natin tama ang ma-hire ng DepEd para mawalan rin po ng additional burden yung ating mga teacher. Siguro add ko rin po, hindi lamang po sa non-teaching na mga ginagawa nila. Nung Thursday, sa isang EDCOM 2 meeting na naganap po dito sa Mitra Hall, RVM, pinaalala rin po natin sa DepEd, sa NEAP, yung National Educators Academy of the Philippines. Ginawan po natin ng batas yung Excellence in Teachers Education. Sinabi natin sa kanila na marami rin ng mga guro ang nagsasabi sa atin na napakaraming training, napakaraming seminar na kailangan sila lumabas ng paaralan nila para lamang attendan itong mga to. Sa totoo, yung ibang sinabi nga nila sa akin, hindi naman ganun ka-productive yung pag-attend nila. Sa traffic rin po, nalilate pa sila. So, nangyayari po, walang teacher doon sa classroom. Wala naman magsasubstitute kung ganun kaikli lang naman yung mawawala sila. Pero para sa estudyante, walang klase habang nasa seminar. Pinaalala po natin, ang sinabi po sa atin ng DepEd at ng NEAP, in fact, ginagamit nila ngayon, syempre yung Zoom. Pero yung Zoom po, sabi rin nila sa amin, hindi naman, aminin natin na totoo rin naman, hindi naman ganun ka-effective. Kaya ang polisiya na po nila, pag merong upskilling of teachers o may seminar, ang ginagawa nila, in school na po. Hindi na kailangan lumabas ng paaralan yung ating mga guro. Kasi yung traffic lang, yung oras sa paglalabas, yung pa lamang po nakakapagod na rin, nakakaubos po ng oras nila. Kaya in that respect po, no, we are looking forward that DepEd really implements it this way, na yung mga upskilling nila, yung training seminars nila, in school na, para hindi na kailangan lumabas pa yung teacher dun sa paaralan. At siguro, no, Honorable Castro, babanggit ko na rin to, remind na rin po natin ng DepEd na sa totoo po, ang pinaka-importante, tama po yan, may mga summer camp, reading camp, di ba? May mga ganyan. Sa totoo, okay naman yan. Pero, more or less po, a student stays in school for about 180 days. Hindi ba dapat habang nasa paaralan sila, dun sinisigurado na may reading comprehension? Hindi dapat inaasa yan sa summer camps. Sa summer camps, di ba? Ito, binanggit ko na rin sa DepEd po ito. Ano po, pag may summer camp, sino tinatawag po nila doon? Di ba, teachers rin, nagbo-volunteer sila. Pero alam natin ang totoo, Honorable Castro, walang allowance na binibigay pagka may mga reading camp. Ang binibigay sa kanila, service leaves. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Gusto pa natin, mas mag-absent pa sila pag regular. Kaya pinaalala po natin sa DepEd na unang-una, you have 100 days of regular academic classes. Doon pa lamang dapat siguraduhin natin, tama, sigurado, yung curriculum, natututo yung mag-aaral. Hindi dapat may bridging pa. Wala akong problema sa bridging, pero dapat hindi tayo nagbi-bridging. Dapat sa main pa lang, natuturo natin. Pangalawa, kung kailangan talaga, huwag naman natin iwan yung mga teachers na binibigay natin sa kanila. Libreng lunch o merienda at service incentive leave. Oras rin po yung binigay nila doon. Kung gagawin lang natin yun, siguraduhin na rin natin, may budget tayo, may allowance tayo na bibigay sa ating mga teacher. Pinaalala na rin po natin sa DepEd yan.
Yes, oo. So, tama, no? Ito nga yung mga learning camps na ginaganap tuwing summer. Maraming teacher talaga. Ito nga, yung 60 days na rest ng teacher dahil 10 months siyang nagtuturo, di ba? Ang teachers, walang sick leave yan. Wala yang forced leave. Kung magkasakit ka man, no work, no pay. At kung magkasakit ka, gagamitin mo yung iyong sick leave. Hindi ito na monetize. And even yung overtime ng teachers ay hindi rin binabayaran. Kaya talagang talagang magagawa na ito ng DepEd na sinasabi na rin niya talaga, natagalin talaga yung mga ancillary services, di ba, sa ating mga teachers at mag-hire ng more education support personnel. At itong mga training na to, yung feedback kay Kong Roman, Mr. Speaker, yun din po yung pinifeedback sa akin ng ating mga teachers. And ito pa, Mr. Speaker, mainit na issue ng mga teachers ngayon, speaking of in-service training na dapat ay ginagawa na ng DepEd. Pero ngayon, ang problema ng mga teachers, yung mga in-service training daw, ay hindi naman ito accredited ng PRC, so hindi magagamit nila ito for their CPD units. Kasi may batas tayo yung tungkol sa CPD. Bagamat repeal kami dito, repeal CPD dapat na hindi naman kailangan ng teachers natin dahil meron na yung mga training sa kanilang schools or sa DepEd. Kaya lang namumroblema tayo, itong mga in-service training na conducted sa division, sa region, even sa mga schools, ay hindi siya accredited. So isa rin yan sa mga pinoproblema ng mga teachers natin, yung sa mga yung kanilang PRC ID. Kasi ngayon, 2024, wala nang undertaking na nangyari. Ibig sabihin, yung mga ngako sila na mag-earn sila ng certain units in 3 years. So wala na rin po yung undertaking na yan. Kaya isa ngayon sa problema at dapat na solusyonan din ng DepEd ay itong mga in-service training na ngayon na ay nagaganap na ma-accredit ito sa ngayon na meron pa tayong batas sa CPD. At makarenew sila ng PRC kasi malaki ang effect ng wala silang renewed na PRC ID. So yun din po yung problema natin. Aside from yung quality ng training na ginaganap, Mr. Speaker, sa ating mga regions, divisions, and schools.
Honorable Castro, sa totoo po, no, if you remember rin nga pala, no, last December, in one of our last committee hearings, may proposal na po. No? Well, babanggitin ko lang yung dun sa sabi nyo nga, wala kasing overtime pay, wala yung mga bagay na yan. Di ba, bringing up natin yung issue sa mga teachers na pinapa-request natin na magturo sila, sumama sila sa summer camps. Pero hindi tayo nagbibigay ng allowance, ang binibigay natin, service incentive leave. Di ba? Yung additional na pwede nilang gamitin yan. Sabi nyo nga, pag may sakit. Ang isang suggestion po, I think nandun kayo sa committee meeting na yan, ang sinasabi nga, kunyari, may matutuloy yung isang reading camp. Di nandun yung teacher, bibigyan ng incentive leave, di ba? Pag hindi niya ginamit yon, dapat i-monetize yun. Yun yung isa sa napag-usapan during the committee meeting. Kaya sana, Honorable Councilor, sa totoo, no, marami tayo dito na talagang nag-agree tayo tungkol sa mga bagay. Kasi ang gusto natin, access to quality education. Siguro, sa totoo lang, ay marami naman tayo, kung hindi lahat. Tingin ko nga lahat ng miyembro, iisa lang naman talaga yung objective. Masigurado yon, masigurado na yung ating learners ay maturuan ng mabuti at yung mga teachers naman, mapangalagaan naman po yung kanilang sitwasyon. Kaya sana po tuloy-tuloy talaga yung pagtutulungan natin sa bagay nito.
Okay. Thank you po. Gusto ko pa rin basahin yung 400 pages na report ng EDCOM. At natutuwa nga ako doon sa tingin ko totoo lahat yung mga naka-report doon, no? At babasahin ko pa lahat. Hindi ko lang narinig yung tungkol mismo, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, yung tungkol doon sa halimbawa yung budget. Nakapaloob ba yan doon sa report? Did you analyze the budget ng ating education, Kasi isa rin po sa nakikita ng ACT na bahagi talaga ng problema natin ay yung, nabanggit na kanina, no, ni Representative Lagman, yung budget sa education, and it should be prioritized. And at least po 6% of our GDP ay nilalaan dun sa education budget. But unfortunately, hindi pa po tumataas sa 5%. Taon-taon yung budget sa education. Alam niyo po, sa mga ASEAN countries, dito na lang sa Southeast Asia, mataas po ang budget nila sa kanilang education. In fact, parang ang Malaysia, halimbawa, parang sa huling report, parang 20% ng kanilang budget ay sa education. So tayo po, at meron po kasing study dyan, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague na Roman, na talagang budget matters, di ba? Yun talaga, no, yung budget. Meron po ba tayong study dyan tungkol sa budget? Yung tungkol po sa class size, hindi rin nababanggit yung class size. Mahalaga din na pag-aralan din natin yung class size. Sabi nga sa international studies, class size matters. Kailangan natin din tingnan yung class size. Yung, siyempre, salary ng teachers. Mahalaga din yung salary ng teachers. Kung gusto natin talagang magkaroon tayo ng motivated, walang pinoproblema ng mga teachers na magtuturo at focus lang siya sa pagtuturo, ay dapat ay makompensate. Pinakamababa po ang Pilipinas, halos nasa baba kung i-compare natin sa Southeast Asian countries. Except for Laos and Myanmar, pinakamababa na ang mga teachers natin na Filipino in terms of salary. So yan din dapat yung pag-isipan, paano natin yan mabibigyan din ng solusyon. Nakakatakot, Mr. Speaker. Marami na akong kilala, magagaling na mga teachers, pumunta na ng ibang mga bansa. Iba't ibang mga bansa, kahit nga sa Southeast Asia, nagtsatsaga na sila. Kasi doble ng sweldo nila dito, halos sa Southeast Asia. Pero mas marami ngayon tumatanggap sa US, sa Canada, at iba pang mga bansa kasi very enticing yung kanilang offer. Pati pamilya mo, dadalhin na nila doon. Marami na ngayon akong mga teachers dito sa Quezon City na pumunta na sa ibang bansa with their family para magturo at mamuhay na rin doon. So nakakatakot na magkaroon na tayo ng brain drain. Yung ating mga magagaling na teachers ay nandoon na sa ibang bansa, pinakikinabangan ng ibang nasyon. Kaya yun, sana pag-aaral sa salary, yung ayun nga, yung budget, yung medium of instructions, at saka iba pang mga benefits po ng mga teachers. So kasama ba yan sa EDCOM ano po?
Maraming salamat, Honorable Castro. Katulad ng binanggit ko kanina, there are 28 priority areas. Etong Year 1 report only covers 12. Pero para siguro maumpisahan natin, kasi governance and finance po yan eh. Sa totoo po, napakalawak po ng discussion na priority area na yan. Part yan, kasama na rin po dito sa Year 1 report, pero hindi pa yan kompleto kasi sa dami rin talaga ng napapaloob sa priority area yan. Pero mabanggit ko lang, sa kasalukuyan po sa national level, almost 4% na po sa GDP ang ginagastos po ng national government. Pero dapat po maalala rin natin, hindi pa po counted doon yung ginagamit po ng local government. Nabanggit rin po yan during the meetings ng EDCOM 2. Kaya yun, hindi naman ganun kabilis talaga yung pag-aaral po na yan dahil iba-iba po talaga yung budget ng local para makita natin talaga, lalong-lalo na sa mga ano bang area, yung kunyari urban centers like NCR, na alam natin maraming mayaman po dito ng mga lungsod, mga syudad. Gusto rin natin malaman yung SCF Manila, yung regular budget nila, magkano ang kanilang contribution in addition to the 4% of GDP na binibigay po ng national government. Sa totoo, tama kayo, budget matters. Pero ang totoo rin po, kailangan rin po tama yung paggamit. Kasi nangyayari po, nabanggit namin kanina sa report, makikita niyo po sa report, maraming batas, may budget. Halimbawa yung textbooks, sa totoo 1 billion per year yun. Pero hindi nga nagagastos yun. Kasi nga hindi na-implement. Karamihan po ng problema is implementation. Karamihan po ng problema ay yung mindset po na, kasi ano ho fragmented rin po yung education system natin Dati po, isa lang Meron tayong basic education, may higher education tayo, may tech voc tayo, tapos may ECCD pa rin tayo po for early years. Dapat po, nagtutulungan yung lahat ng departamento. Pero sa totoo po, fragmented rin po yung cooperation doon. Kaya sa totoo po, doon pa lamang nakikita natin na napakahirap na po talaga yung sa budget na issue na yan. Pero tinatakil na po yan. Gusto lang natin mapasok rin po dyan yung tungkol sa local contribution. Pangalawa po, class size. Kung maalala po ninyo, sa last hearing ng Committee on Basic Education and Culture, nabanggit yan, yung class size, ano yung ideal. Sa ngayon, nandito tayo sa 1:50. Pero yung ideal should be less than that. Pero ang problema po, sa totoo lang, is again po, buildable space rin. Marami rin po tayong learners o estudyante na nag-aaral po sa urban centers kung saan, sa totoo po, may ubus na. That's why, di ba, gusto natin ma-expand yung GASPE. Kasi kailangan rin po natin ng tulong ng private schools. Baka hindi na kayanin. Pero again po, nabanggit rin namin sa Year 1 report, ay mas titingnan pa yon sa Year 2. Pero again, lahat po yan, Honorable Castro, either tinitake up natin sa EDCOM 2 o sa committee natin. Kasama po dyan ay yung increase ng salary grade. Pasado na po natin sa committee yung Teacher Career Progression Bill. Nasa appropriations na po yan. Diyan po inaangat natin ang salary grade ng bawat guro. We have about 800 plus thousand teachers. Ang lahat po yan gusto natin magka-salary upgrade.
Honorable Castro, your time has expired.
Ay, okay. So, last ano na lang po,
Mr.
Please,
Speaker,
go ahead.
1 minute.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I move to extend the privilege hour for another hour to allow
Is there any objection?
gentle lady and gentleman.
Hearing there's none, the privilege hour is extended. Honorable Castro.
Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence. Anyway, sa pag-uusap natin dun sa salary, so high time po talaga na talagang taasan ng sweldo ng ating mga teachers. Lalong-lalo na ngayon, Mr. Speaker. Tapos na po yung SSL 5. Sa 2024, nagtatanong ang mga teachers, may salary increase na pa ba sa 2024? So wala pa po. So yun yung ating Idagdag ko na lang, Mr. Speaker, yung tungkol doon sa mga teachers na nagtuturo ng hindi naman nila specialization. Isa rin yun sa mga problema na dapat tingnan. At yun pa, Mr. Speaker, marami pa po sana akong tatanong, pero basahin ko muna yung EDCOM report. At alam ko naman, we are one with the chairman of the basic education no, on how to improve our educational system talaga. At talagang ang priority natin, bata, estudyante, at lahat ng mga stakeholders. Kaya, ayun na lang po, Mr. Speaker, and thank you po.
Mr. Speaker, madagdag ko lang po, no? Sa totoo po, no, talagang kaisa rin tayo kay Honorable Castro. Matagal natin na pag-usapan ito sa committee. Gusto natin ma-increase yung salary grade kahit by one salary grade, lahat ng 800 plus thousand teachers natin. And it will take about 50 billion just for the first year. And in fact po, I will also take this opportunity to also commend. Nandito po yung isa sa mga principal authors ng teacher career progression, yung pag-angat ng salary grade. Honorable Asidre is one of our principal authors together with Speaker Martin. That is why po, kahit pa paano, nandito na tayo sa Committee on Appropriations. Sana po magtuloy-tuloy. First year pa lang ng implementation po, ganun kalaki yung gusto nating ilaan para sa improvement ng salary grade na to. And if you recall, Honorable Castro, di ba sa teacher career progression nga natin, kune-question rin natin, pinapatanggal natin, yung mga tingin natin na napaka-subjective na mga kondisyon para ma-promote ang isang teacher. Katulad ng pagkuha ng kung ano-anong degree. Nang sabi sa atin ng iba, online na nga nakukuha yun eh. So wala naman direct relation po yun sa talagang kaalaman ng isang guro. Ang gusto po natin masigurado na talagang kung gusto natin quality education, we also have to trust our teachers. We have to give them that due respect na talagang gusto rin po nila quality education.
Okay. Thank you po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Franz.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Castro.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Congressman Lawrence Defensor for his interpellation.
Congressman Lawrence Defensor is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Most definitely, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Defensor is one of the most respected members of this 19th Congress, and it is an honor to receive questions from such a distinguished gentleman.
I agree. The honorable distinguished gentleman is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, thank you for raising the issues on the status and quality of our education here in the Philippines. Also, thank you for reminding us that DepEd has the largest allocation every year in the national budget. Do you recall the last OECD PISA survey results in 2018?
I recall the 2018 results, and the latest is the 2022 PISA results.
For the 2018 OECD PISA results, do you recall that out of the 79 countries surveyed, what was the rank of the Philippines for reading and comprehension?
Well, we were at the bottom part of that ranking.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. We were number 79 in the 2018 OECD PISA survey. Considering that DepEd has the largest budget allocation since 2019, 2020, 2021, for the past 4 years, would the sponsor know what has DepEd done or has done differently to change the results of the 2018 OECD PISA results?
Yes. Thank you for that question, Honorable Gentleman. First, that PISA exam you're referring to was 2018. The last PISA exam we took was 2022. If we all recall, in the interim, during the middle of all those things, we had to go through the COVID-19 lockdowns. But despite that, there were reforms instituted at the beginning of that 2019, before the lockdown in 2020. If you recall, under the K-12 curriculum, the requirement is about 15,000 plus competencies from K to 12. What the DepEd at the time did, led by the Secretary Briones, was to reduce the number of competencies from 15,000 plus to what they call the most essential competencies, about a little more than 5,000. To be honest with you, honorable, distinguished gentlemen, I still believe at that time that that was too much, and also I believe that was not enough, because it is not only the competencies that must be reduced, but also the subjects. Unfortunately, COVID-19 dawned upon us. There were other more pressing problems that one had to take care of, especially face-to-face, Zoom, learning modules, the health of our teachers, the health of our learners, parents. So the adjustments, I think, could not be fully, they could not fully implement all the reforms they wanted to do. Then a 2022 exam happened. That was still under the Briones administration of the DepEd. The results are already out. We all expected that we would have a worse than 2018 results. Our learners, our teachers, despite the handicap, despite the lockdowns, despite Wi-Fi not being present, in a way held the line. We did not regress too much. Now comes the new administration, the Marcos administration. Under the Marcos administration, not only did they lessen the competencies, but for K-3, K-3 or K-6? K-3 muna. K-3, they will reduce the number of subjects. There will only be 5 subjects for K-3, focusing on functional literacy, meaning reading comprehension, and also mathematics, age appropriate, including what we passed in the last Congress, the reinstitution of the GMRC.
Thank you for the information, Mr. Speaker. It's very helpful for the members of Congress to be aware of what DepEd has done. May I know from the sponsor, if our results in 2018, we were the last, and the results for 2022 has not increased significantly. May I know if the sponsor has any data, if other countries have progressed or have stayed stagnant despite the COVID-19 pandemic? Because while we accept the burdens put upon our educational system by COVID-19, did the other countries surveyed by OECD have the same stagnant results, or it's just the Philippines?
Well, thank you again for the question, honorable gentleman. First of all, much to be desired pa rin for our education system. But for most of the countries, they either stagnated or regressed.
What's our result for 2022 for reading and comprehension? Still last?
We were still within the range of the bottom, but not the last.
Can we request the sponsor if they could extract data from other countries in terms of their results, if the top or the bottom 10 has moved, or if the bottom 20 has moved, while we remain stagnant? Mr. Speaker, may I know from the sponsor that while we accept the challenges faced by our education system, will the sponsor agree with me that despite these challenges, our improvement in the education sector cannot wait?
I fully agree with that. And honorable gentleman, could I just put on record that the 2018 results and the 2022 results, again, compared to the other countries, much is to be desired. I think the potential of the Filipino learner was not at all maximized. But just comparing the results of Filipino learners in 2018 and 2022, in reading, we increased by 2 points. In mathematics, almost the same. And then in science, I think we regressed by a point. So again, distinguished gentlemen, I just want to point this out because I just really want to give credit to our learners and to our teachers. Despite all the odds, despite the lockdown, despite the fact that not everyone had technology, despite the fact that there was no Wi-Fi. And we very well know that face-to-face classes are still the most effective. Our learners and our teachers held that line. Of course, much is still to be desired compared to the other countries. We will provide the gentleman with specific data, but again, the results of most of the other countries who also took part in the PISA 2022 and 2018 show that they either just held the line or they regressed.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. While we are bringing up and stressing up the issues of our education system, I think it's a good time to raise a suggestion coming from one of my most favorite books, written in 2012, entitled Why Nations Fail. And in that book, may I quote very briefly, that the low education level of poor countries is caused by economic institutions that fail to create incentives for parents to educate their children, and by political institutions that fail to induce the government to build, finance, and support schools and the wishes of parents and children. I think we also have to go back to what incentivizes parents to continue or to engage their children to improve the level of education, not only in schools, but also at home. Dapat po sigurong lakihan lalo natin ang pondo ng ating mag-aaral at Department of Education. Children who have no access to schools, children who are hungry going to schools, underpaid teachers, corruption at the department, corruption in government. These are broad problems that we have to address in Congress, since the money used for children, teachers, and schools come from the legislator. I hope that this will be a challenge that we can exercise our oversight even more when it comes to the utilization of funds in the education sector. Mr. Speaker, will the sponsor agree with me that the level of education is tied to the free exercise of democracy?
Yes.
That's right. The more educated our children and our people are, the better the choices they make in choosing leaders who will run this country. Does
That
the
is
sponsor
correct.
agree with me?
That is correct, distinguished gentleman.
Thank you. I'm happy to have this small discussion with the honorable sponsor, my favorite chairman in the House of Representatives. And it brings to light my thrust for better education. I wrote an article for the Inquirer last 2020 entitled Literacy for Democracy. And I hope we can find many ways to improve our ranking, not only in PISA, but improve the total quality of education of our children, and it begins with reading and writing. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you, honorable gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Defensor. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no further interpellators, we move that the speech of Chairman Roman Romulo be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Thank you, and congratulations to Congressman and Chairman of our Basic Education, Representative Roman Romulo, and I am with you in making sure that our educational system will improve in this country, because the resource of the country is the people themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Franz Castro for her privileged speech.
The Party List Act Teachers Representative Franz Castro is again recognized. You have the floor, ma'am.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Magandang araw, Ginoong Speaker, sa mga kapwa ko kinatawan at sa ating taong bayan. Noong nakaraang linggo ay naganap ang konsultasyon sa pagitan ng Department of Education at iba't ibang education stakeholders upang pag-usapan ang pagbabalik ng pasukan sa Hunyo at sa adjustment ng schedule para sa school year 2023-2024. So to be exact, Mr. Speaker, ito po ay naganap noong January 17 na dinaluhan ng mga teachers organization, students, parents, and of course the private school organizations. So bago pa magsimula ang school year 2023-2024, na ipanawagan na po ng kinatawang ito ang hinaing ng mga guro at estudyante na maibalik ang school year sa Hunyo dahil nakaranas sila ng hirap noong summer classes, nang may summer classes. Marami ang nagkasakit, nahimatay, at hindi makapokus sa pagtuturo o pag-aaral dahil sa tindi ng init ng panahon. Meron nga mga classroom, may anim na electric fan na, Mr. Speaker, ay talagang hindi kakayanin yung init ng panahon. Idadagdag pa rito yung dami ng class size. So 50 to 60 students per class na kung saan siksikan na ang mga bata sa maliit na classroom. Ang naging tugon lamang ng DepEd ay asynchronous classes, ngunit kulang o walang available na learning materials o online classes. At ang problema pa nga dito ay hindi naman talagang nagiging solution din yung blended learning dahil marami din sa ating mga estudyante ay walang internet access. Madalas wala rin namang binibigay na pang-online sa ating mga estudyante or sa ating mga teachers. Ngayong taon lang tumugon ang DepEd sa mga hinaing, kaso hindi rin kagyat na may babalik ang pasok sa Hunyo. Tinataya pa na sa school year 2025-2026 pa ito tuluyang maibabalik. Bagaman 2 school years pa tayo makakabalik sa isang June to March na school calendar, pero sa wakas ay nakinig din ang ahensya sa hinaing ng mga guro, estudyante at mga magulang. Napaaga rin ang timeline ng DepEd mula sa naunang schedule nitong early June school opening within 4 to 5 school years o sa school year 2027 to 2028 or sa school year 2028 to 2029 pa. Kung tutuusin, noong nagbukas ang klase noong Agosto, ay suspended na agad ito dahil sa bagyo. Dahil sa pag-aaral at sa nakita natin sa karanasan, Mr. Speaker, Agosto hanggang Nobyembre, doon naman dumarating talaga ang mga matitinding bagyo na nagdudulot ng matinding pagbaha. Ayaw na nating maulit ang paghihirap ng mga guro at estudyante sa panahon ng tag-init, kung kaya't dapat ay hayaan na makabalik sa Hunyo ang pasukan at sa lalong madaling panahon at wag nang harangan pa. Ngayong taon din ito magkakaroon ng tinatawag na El Niño phenomenon na mas magpapainit pa sa panahon. Sa gitna ng planong pagbabalik sa isang June to May school calendar, mariin din namang pinapanawagan na huwag magkaroon ng diminution of benefits ang public school teachers. Okay? Sa lahat ng mga government employees, ang mga guro natin ay walang sick leave and vacation leave, kaya madalas maririnig sa mga guro natin sa buong school year, bawal silang magkasakit. Ang inaasahan na lamang nilang period for rest and recuperation ay ang at least 60 days o 2 buwan na walang pasok, pero may tinatawag na proportional vacation pay. Panawagan natin sa DepEd na anumang adjustment ng school calendar patungo sa June class opening, hindi dapat mabawasan ang 2 buwang pahinga at hindi dapat mabawasan ang 2 buwang benepisyo. Hindi bago ang sakripisyo sa public school teachers. At batay sa mga konsultasyon namin sa ground, handa silang magsakripisyo para lang makabalik sa June ang class opening. At hindi na maulit muli ang naranasan nila noong nakaraang mga taon. Ngunit hindi sila sang-ayon na bawasan ang kanilang PVP. Ibig sabihin, kung pagtrabahuhin man sila sa panahon na dapat ay bakasyon nila, ay may premium na dapat ibayad o ibigay sa kanila para sa kanilang serbisyo. Maging ito man ay service credits or overtime pay. Kaugnay nito, dapat na ring agarang baguhin ng DepEd ang mga panuntunan nito ukol sa service credits. Huwag lang ilimita sa 15 days na service credit sa isang taon ang teachers dahil napakasipag po ng ating mga teachers. Nagvo-volunteer po yan sa mga gawain na related doon sa kanilang pagtuturo. So muli, nananawagan ang ACT Teachers Party List na sa lalong madaling panahon, dapat maglabas na ang DepEd ng order para rebisahin o magkaroon ng revision ng kasalukuyang school calendar upang unti-unti ay maibalik na sa Hunyo ang mga susunod na mga school calendars. So muli, magandang hapon, Ginoong Speaker, at sa ating mga kapwa kinatawan.
Thank you, Congresswoman Franz Castro, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpolator, I move that the privileged speech of Representative Franz Castro be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Arlene Brosas for her privileged speech.
The Gabriela Party List Representative Arlene Brosas is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, bagong taon, panibagong dagsa ng dagdag na pasakit at pasanin sa taong bayan, pagpasok ng taong 2024. Sinalubong ang mamamayang Pilipino ng katakot-takot na taas singil at taas presyo ng iba't ibang batayang serbisyo at produkto. Ngayong Enero, nagpatupad ang Meralco ng 0.08 kada kilowatt-hour pagtaas ng singil sa kuryente. Tinatayang aabot sa 11.34 pesos kada kilowatt-hour ang overall electricity rate ng isang pamilya. Mula ito sa 11.25 pesos kada kilowatt-hour noong nakaraang taon. Ibig sabihin, 17 pesos ang dagdag bayarin sa isang pamilya na kumukonsumo ng 200 kilowatt-hour habang 25 pesos naman ang dagdag sa kumukonsumo ng 300 kilowatt-hour. Inaprubahan din ng Metropolitan Water Works and Sewerage System or MWSS noong nakaraang taon ang taas singil ng mga water concessionaires na Maynilad at Manila Water para ngayong Enero. Ang Manila Water ay magtataas ng 6.41 pesos per cubic meter. Kaya naman, mula sa dating singil na 35.86 pesos per cubic meter noong 2023, magiging 42.27 pesos per cubic meter na kinakailangang bayaran ng mga consumer ngayong Enero. Nagsusupply ng tubig sa 25 na lungsod at munisipalidad sa Metro Manila at Rizal. 7.87 pesos per cubic meter naman ang dagdag singil ng Maynilad sa mga consumer nito sa West Zone ng Metro Manila at ilang lugar sa Cavite. Mula sa 39.70 pesos per cubic meter na singil ng Maynilad noong 2023, magiging 47.57 pesos per cubic meter na babayaran. Ang pagtataas ng singil ng dalawang water concessionaires ay bahagi ng ikalawang tranche ng rate rebasing at para rin umano sa ginagawang proyekto para sa darating na El Nino. Lagpas 800 pesos na ang presyo ng LPG. Ngunit maaaring umabot na ito sa 1,000 pesos ngayong Enero dahil sa dagdag na singil dahil aabot ng 3.45 pesos kada kilogram o 37.95 pesos kada 11 kilogram na tangke ang itataas ng singil sa LPG. Magreresulta ang pagtaas na ito ng pagtaas din ng presyo ng mga pagkain sa karinderya. Bukod pa rito, magtataas din ang pamasahe ng Metro Rail Transit Line 3, MRT3 ngayong 2024. Tinatayang 2.29 pesos ang pagtaas sa boarding fee at 0.21 pesos na dagdag bawat kilometro. Magreresulta ito sa pagtaas ng minimum na pamasahe mula sa 13 pesos tungong 16 pesos. Tataas naman mula 28 pesos tungong 34 pesos ang end-to-end trip o mula North Avenue hanggang Taft Avenue Station. Ayon sa Department of Transportation, ang dagdag pasahe ay itinapat lamang sa pangangailangan sa maintenance at operations at layunin na mabawasan ang ibinibigay na subsidize ng gobyerno para sa MRT. Dagdag pasakit din lalo na sa mga manggagawa ang pagtaas ng kontribusyon sa PhilHealth at Pag-ibig. Ang kontribusyon ng mga miyembro ng PhilHealth Premium ay magiging 5% mula sa dating 4%. Magiging 200 pesos kada buwan naman mula sa dating 100 pesos kada buwan ang kontribusyon sa Pag-ibig. Baryaman sa iilan ang dagdag singil sa PhilHealth at Pag-ibig, malaking kabawasan ito para sa mga manggagawang napakaliit lamang ng kinikita. So Mr. Speaker, sa gitna ng maraming bilang ng Pilipino ang walang trabaho at napakababang sahod, napakahirap balikati ng ganitong taas singil sa iba't ibang batayang serbisyo at produkto. Sinabi mismo ng Department of Labor and Employment na walang wage increase ngayong taon dahil sa taas ng presyo ng mga serbisyo at mga bilihin, nalusaw na ang kakarampot na aumento sa sahod na natanggap ng mga manggagawa noong nakaraang taon. Ang taas singil at taas presyo ay nag-uugat sa mga neoliberal na patakaran na pinapasa ng gobyerno. Pinaubaya ang batayang pangangailangan ng mamamayang Pilipino tulad ng kuryente, tubig, langis, kalusugan, pabahay at transportasyon sa mga pribadong ahensya. Pumapasok ang gobyerno sa privatisasyon at ginagawang negosyo ang pangunahing serbisyo. Kontrolado ng mga pribadong entidad na ang pangunahing interes ay kumita at ipasa ang kanilang mga gastusin sa mga consumer sa pamamagitan ng taas singil. Masigit na lalala ang ganitong kalagayan sa pagtutulak ng gobyerno ng charter change o CHA-CHA na magpapahintulot sa pagpasok ng dayuhang pagmamayari sa mga mahahalagang programa at serbisyo tulad ng edukasyon, media at mga pampublikong utilidad. Sa madaling salita, lalong bubuksan ng CHA-CHA ang ekonomiya ng Pilipinas para sa dayuhang negosyo. Hindi rin ito tutugunan ang pangunahing pangangailangan ng mamamayan tulad ng pagtaas ng sahod at pagbaba ng presyo ng bilihin at singil sa serbisyo. Kaya Mr. Speaker, sobrang pasakit ang ganitong sitwasyon. Kabi-kabilang pasanin ang binabalikat ng mga mamamayan, mga Pilipinong nabubuhay na puro kahig at wala na halos tuka para lamang makapagbayad sa sobrang mahal na mga utilidad at serbisyo. Tumitindig ang kababaihan na dapat ay wala sa pribado o dayuhang pag-aari ang mga pampublikong serbisyo. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Arlene Rosas. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of Honorable Arlene Rosas to the Committee of Rules for its appropriate action.
Are there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the gentleman from the 2nd District of Pangasinan, Honorable Mark Cuanco, for him to avail the privilege hour.
The gentleman from the 2nd District of Pangasinan, the chairperson of the Nuclear Power, Congressman Mark Cuanco, is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's late, and I was hoping for a bigger audience so that my colleagues could question my privileged speech. However, let me proceed. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege. My speech is centered on the COP28, or the 28th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This representation has made several privileged speeches in this House, emphasizing and highlighting the important role that nuclear energy plays in alleviating poverty and providing comprehensive economic advancement for the Philippines. It is my earnest desire to alleviate mass poverty via cheaper electricity that will attract investments, local and foreign, generate massive employment opportunities, and national progress. It remains a mystery why the Department of Energy appears oblivious to the increasingly evident benefits of nuclear power now recognized worldwide. It bears stressing that DOE is overlooking a significant opportunity of making this a centerpiece program of the government in alleviating poverty in the country. The COP28, or the 28th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, was held in Dubai, the UAE, last December 2023. You can see the photo there in the back, and you can read the caption on the stage, which calls for a tripling of nuclear power in the world. It was the first COP where major countries around the world, maybe I should state the countries, there was Sweden, the United Kingdom, France, USA, Korea, and the UAE, supported by, at that time, 18 other countries, for a total of 22 countries. Now there are already 25 countries supporting these declarations. Major countries around the world officially recognize nuclear as an essential tool in addressing global warming and climate change. Number one, by declaring that the catchphrase, net zero by 2050, is impossible without at least some, defined as approximately one-third, nuclear. Number two, declaring their support for the tripling of world nuclear capacity by 2050. And three, to achieve this, a third declaration from these countries that they will work towards making cheap financing for nuclear, amounting to around $9.3 trillion available for nuclear new build. It is not surprising, therefore, why Korea, which is the most qualified to commission our 100% complete yet mothballed nuclear power plant, has offered the Philippines to undertake a full economic feasibility study, costing at least $4 million for free, without requiring a commitment to proceed on our part, even if the study produces positive results. If such an economic feasibility study is being objected to by our DOE on the grounds that it is being done by a vendor, then the counter-argument is that it can be vetted by independent nuclear consulting companies in the United States, of which there are several. We, the Philippines, could ask the assistance of the US government to also provide these studies for free, funded by either the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, or the United States International Development Finance Corporation, USIDFC, or other appropriate US government entities, given that the EPIRA law prohibitions on local funding. It boggles the mind that this study, which majority of the Nuclear Energy Program Interagency Committee, the NEPIAC, agree should be done, has been gathering dust at the desk of those who are in charge at the DOE for close to 6 months now. So much so that the risk of losing Korean funding authority for this is real and imminent. What a waste of a golden opportunity to determine once and for all and definitively the economic feasibility of our very own fully paid for and very well built Philippine Nuclear Power Plant number 1. May I reiterate to this chamber that the only reason that would justify nuclear power in the Philippines is that it can give vastly cheaper electricity and save us billions of US dollars annually in foreign exchange during operations. Nuclear power, because of its unmatched energy density, is truly magical in this regard, requiring infinitesimally less fuel versus coal or LNG. Energy density is also the reason why nuclear enhances national security. Just in time coal or gas delivery by ships means fuel inventory is always en route on ships to coal and gas plants. Unlike nuclear, where 18 months of fuel inventory is physically present inside the reactor without the need for physical delivery whatsoever. To give an example of the much lower price of nuclear versus fossil fuels, I present the following. Coal is 19 times more expensive than nuclear, while LNG is 27 times more expensive than nuclear. Sample computation say, let's take US dollars to 30 million times 27 is approximately 515 million US dollars worth of LNG. Ang laki po ng diferensya. Fit all. In the news, they are now allowing fit all to be collected again for RE to the tune of 3.64 centavos per kilowatt hour. For context, my distinguished colleagues from the Committee on Energy, my distinguished colleagues from the Committee on Energy were balking at the 1 centavo per kilowatt hour request to fund the PhilAtom Regulatory Authority. They approved only half a centavo per kilowatt hour. And here we have a newly instituted 3.64 centavos per kilowatt hour for RE. Who is complaining? Are we complaining in this August chamber? Our economic consultant, who has 12 years of experience in doing financing studies for generating companies, and has worked for the National Power Corporation, NAPOCOR, and Power Sector Assets Liabilities Management, PSAM, has come up with some numbers on the PNPP-1 commissioning costs. We have the chart there showing these costs. And if you will note, there's a number for $1.5 billion investment in PNPP-1 and a $2.2 billion investment number for PNPP-1. And in those numbers, the prices of electricity to be sold by PNPP-1 range from 2 pesos and 50 centavos all the way to 4 pesos. The average, the middle line is less than 3 pesos and 50 centavos per kilowatt hour. I want you to compare that to the recent auction by Meralco for coal electricity, which is close to 7 pesos per kilowatt hour. It is clear that nuclear electricity is cheaper and will have or lower than half the price of our power generation. As per our calculations, PNPP1 could deliver an electricity price between 250 per kilowatt hour and 356 per kilowatt hour, depending on the total investment needed. This assumes a recovery of 20 years and has a cost of equity of around 15% and a cost of debt of 3%. It should be of note that the Korean Exim Bank is currently giving financing at 0.05% interest rate with a 40-year payback period and a 20-year grace period. So, distinguished colleagues, mura talaga ang nuclear. The implication of all of this, which I have told you this afternoon, especially the events which happened at COP28, the declarations of these major countries, is that after the first OPEC oil crisis in 1973, when gas lines were long and we had a crisis in electricity prices and supply, then President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. decided that the way out for the Philippines was to embark on a nuclear energy program. What has transpired at COP28, 37 years after the events at EDSA, is the strongest evidence so far that Marcos Sr. was prescient and correct in his decision to pursue nuclear power in the Philippines. This correctness has manifested itself most strongly in the 2022 national elections, when the phenomenon of PBBM's landslide win was a direct result of pushback from the people who were sick and tired of the unfulfilled post-EDSA promises, among which was the lower price of energy and electricity. The high prices since then, which has paralyzed the Philippine economy and made us an avoided investment destination in Southeast Asia. So much so that we were economically left behind by our neighbors. Now is our chance to learn from the past and take a new direction with the only technology which our fossil fuel poor country has yet to try. Our DOE must take cognizance of this. It must inform all agencies about the benefits of nuclear power, including for the environment, but most especially for electricity prices and huge foreign exchange savings. Distinguished colleagues, where is the energy at the Department of Energy? Ang dami pong nagsasarang malalaking offshore wind projects sa Amerika at Europa. Kahit sa Mindoro, kinancel na po. Nagbubulag-bulagan ba o kulang sa kaalamang ang ating DOE? Bakit po tuloy ang sulong natin sa isang talunan na teknolohiya na tinatalikuran na ng iba? Nahihiya ba ang DOE na magmungkahi sa ating Pangulo tungkol sa isang solusyon na dapat ipaglaban? I'm talking about nuclear. Bakit ba sa napakalaking projection ng ating NEDA na dapat doblehin o triplehin ang ating kapasidad sa paglikha ng kuryente from 22,000 to 44,000 to 60,000, 66,000 megawatts per year by 2040, 2,500 megawatts lang by 2050 ang pinaplano ng ating DOE sa nuclear. Hindi po tayo siseryosohin ng mga nuclear vendors kung ganyan po ang ating deklaradong policy sa nuclear power. Malaki ang espasyo para sa 16,000 hanggang 32,000 megawatts ng nuclear at marami pa ring lugar para sa wind and solar. Hindi pa iyan ginagalaw ang pangkasalukuyang itinatayong ang nakatayong 16,500 megawatts na fossil fuel generating capacity ng Pilipinas sa ngayon. Hindi po tayo seseryosohin ng nuclear vendors ng mundo kung binibiro lang natin sila sa 2,500 megawatts by 2050. Siguro nagiging maliwanag po na ang totoong balak ng ating DOE ay na hindi magtagumpay ang nuclear sa Pilipinas. Why, distinguished colleagues? Are they protecting vested interest? Is the direction to make us ultra-dependent on imported LNG, which the rich countries are all trying to buy and compete for? Kaya ba nating kalabanin ang mayayamang mga bansa sa pakikipag-agawan nitong napaka-kaunting commodity? Kawawa naman ang mga mahihirap. Kawawa ang mga negosyante, kawawa ang industriya. Paano natin maililikha ang milyong-milyong trabaho na kailangan natin? Kawawa ang pamilyang Pilipino. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, for misleading our President, I call for the immediate replacement of the Energy Secretary. Let us then focus on delivering our aggregate mandate to improve the lives of every Filipino. Maraming salamat po. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Chairman Mark Coangco. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from APEC Party List, the Honorable Dagook, for his interpellation.
Congressman Dagook, APEC Party List, you are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Would the Chairman of the Special Committee on Nuclear Energy yield to some clarificatory questions?
With pleasure, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, one of the content of the gentleman in his privileged speech is the fora in Davos. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes po. Alam niyo po, nadismaya po ako doon sa Davos. Kasi po, 22 na mahalagang bansa, malalaking maimpluwensyang bansa, ang nag-attend po ng deklarasyon. Kahit 10 government official ng 290 delegation ng Pilipinas, wala pong pumunta kahit isa. Ako lang po ang nag-iisang nandoon. Wala po si DOE, wala po si DNR, wala po yung mga ibang ahensya. Walang nakinig kung ano po ang binitawang mga salita doon sa deklarasyon.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, that is supposed to be my question. No? However, having said that, can I ask the opinion or view of the gentleman with regards to the non-appearance or non-participation of our Department of Energy on that particular fora?
May nagsabi po sa akin na inimbita sila. Hindi ko po alam kung totoo o hindi. So hindi ko po masisipa hanggang hindi ko malaman ang punot dulo kung naimbita ba talaga sila. Or maaari rin pong binabaliwala nila ang nuclear. Kaya hindi po sila dumating dahil may bias po sila against nuclear. Nabanggit ko po dito sa aking privilege speech na may offer po ang Korea. Ang Office of the President ng Korea went out of its way to find the funding and authorize it so that KHMP could do a free feasibility study with no strings attached. Meaning po, kahit gaano kaganda ang feasibility study, wala pong requirement na ituloy po natin yan. So, dapat, para sa akin, no-brainer po yan na dapat sana tinanggap po natin. 6 months na po na pasa-pasa, pumunta po yan sa DFA, sabi ko po doon sa DFA Secretary, mag-ingat po kayo dyan dahil ginagamit po kayong excuse sa delay. Sila naman ang lead agency, hindi po kayo. Bakit sa inyo tinapon? So, ganun po ang pangyayari dyan. Pasa-pasa po. As recently as this afternoon, I have been in text communication with Secretary Popo, and hindi po ako kontento sa mga sagot na aking nakuha tungkol ko kung bakit unilaterally we canceled the signing for this January. Hindi niya po ako mabigyan ng sagot kailan naka-schedule ulit o pababayaan na lang na mag-lapse po ito.
Mr. Speaker, sa palagay po ba ng kagalang-galang na representante ng na chairman ng ating Committee on Nuclear Energy, bakit po ba nandun yung 22 bansa sa pagtitipon na yon? Kaano po ba kahalaga sa kanila yung pagtitipon na yon sa iyong palagay, Mr. Speaker?
Malaki po ang kahalagahan nila kasi marami po dyan, may balak na mag-nuclear na. So, basahin ko po ang 22 countries. Ukraine, Sweden, Slovenia, Slovakia, Poland, Netherlands, Morocco, Mongolia, Moldova, Hungary, Ghana, Finland, Czech Republic, Canada, Bulgaria, Japan, South Korea, France, United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates at United States po. Ngayon, 25 na po ito. Hindi ko po alam kung sino yung nadagdag dito, ngunit lahat po itong bansa ay anxious na magkaroon ng karagdagang o bagong nuclear capacity sa kanilang mga bansa.
Mr. Speaker, as chairperson of that Special Committee on Nuclear Energy, knowing the importance of this technology to save the stability and reliability of our electrical system, which I think last December and this January in Panay and Negros Island, we experienced a 4 days blackout. Based on NGCP, there are power plants who is in forced outage. So there is a lack of power supply. So with the information, Mr. Speaker, being divulged by the gentleman, as chairperson of the Committee on Nuclear Energy, how can you maximize that Davos Fora, attended by those countries, to convince even the president, to have an urgent look at this nuclear technology for our power supply portfolio. Paano po natin ma-maximize ang paggamit niyan, Mr. Speaker, para makumbinsi yung ating Pangulo na bigyan ng kahalagahan, in the urgent possible, as soon as possible, na mabigyan kahalagahan ang usaping ito, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, maganda po ang tanong. Tayo po ay siniswerte dahil dun po sa deklarasyon, doon sa COP28, in-announce din na there will be a nuclear summit sa Belgium, March 21 to 22, 2024, sa Brussels, Belgium. Imbitado po ang lahat ng head of state doon. Sana po puntahan ng ating Pangulo dahil doon niya po makikita ang commitment nitong 25 bansa na talagang itutulak na ang nuclear power mula ngayon. So, dapat niya rin siguro madinig sa bunganga mismo ng ibang leaders dito kung bakit nila medyo tinatalikuran ang wind and solar. Ang number one po reason niyan ay yung intermittency na hindi naaasahan lagi, lalong-lalo na pagkailangan. Ang isang malaking dahilan po sa panay ay yung napakalaking solar installation sa Bacolod, kung saan po pag bumaba na ang araw o nagkaroon po ng kulimlim, bagsak po ang generating capacity. Ang problema po, kulang ang spinning reserve to assure stability of the grid. So, kanino pong kasalanan yan? For me, ang tingin ko po dyan ay medyo may pagkukulang ang pagplano ng ating DOE. Kung ano ba talaga ang dapat mga reserve capacity sa bawat grid po natin. And so, bakit po napapayagang ganyan yan? At kung sino-sino na lang ang sinisisi tuwing magkakaroon po ng krisis. And so, dapat po tignan ng Committee on Energy. Hindi po yung committee natin, Committee on Energy. Ano ba ang status ng spinning reserve capacities natin sa lahat po ng sektor ng ating grid? At talagang usisain po ng mabuti. Ano ba ang katotohanan? Ano ba ang punot dulo sa unreliability ng ating grid? Para sa akin, hindi dapat tratuhin ang DOE as a sacred cow na hindi pwedeng i-criticize. Tignan po natin ang katotohanan.
Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with the gentleman that I am not against, for the record, renewable energy, but I fully agree. And I keep on saying this, that if you have bigger power plants from solar or wind, you also need the same capacity of that power plant. Actually, it's regulating reserve, because every time intermittency will occur, you need to regulate the frequency, because it is the frequency of the grid that will goes down. So you need regulating reserve equivalent to that capacity. So on the part of the Committee on Nuclear Energy, Mr. Speaker, I urge the gentleman to maximize the Davos Fora, as well as with the information that he has with the incoming another fora, to entice or convince the leadership that we really need to look at this technology, nuclear technology, to solve our power supply problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker, Your Honor, I'd just like to convey to everybody here and my distinguished colleague, Congressman Dagook, that on Wednesday at 1 p.m., we have a committee meeting in the Committee of Nuclear Energy. Your suggestions po, I hope you will say it there and expound on it there so that we could come to an action by the committee. Thank you to my honorable gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Sergio Dagohoc. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we extend the privilege hour for 30 more minutes.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the extension is hereby approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of Honorable Mark Cuanco of the 2nd District of Pangasinan and the interpolation of our party list APEC, Representative De Gook, to the Committee on Rules.
Are there any objections? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. The speech is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to reiterate, in connection to the privileged speech of Honorable Romulo, that the manifestation and the interpolation would be referred to the Committee on Rules.
I think that was agreed upon a while ago, but the motion is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is then reiterated and approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the gentleman from Kabataan Party List, Representative Raul Manuel, be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The Congressman from the Party List Kabataan, the Representative Raul Daniel A. Manuel is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon. Welcome back sa mga kapwa natin mambabatas. Happy New Year. Mainit na pagbati din po sa mga commuter na Pilipino at mga bisita nating driver at operator. Mga kababayan, nanalo na naman po tayo. Noong isang araw, ibinalita na nanguna sa international rankings ang mahal nating Pilipinas, #Pinoy Pride. Mula sa 387 na syudad na nasa 55 na bansa, lumabas ang Metro Manila bilang rank number 1 sa may pinakamasahol na traffic sa isang metro area. On a serious note, dekada-dekada nang suliranin ang problema sa trapiko at krisis sa transportasyon. Pero hanggang ngayon, ay wala pang maayos na pulisiya na tumutugon dito. Maski ang bandang Coldplay na pinanood ng Pangulo sa Philippine Arena, alam at naramdaman kung gaano kalala ang traffic sa Pilipinas. Nagpapakahirap sa biyahe ang mga manggagawa papunta at pauwi mula sa trabaho at kailangang tiisin ng ordinaryong mamamayan ang bulok na moda ng transportasyon dahil wala silang malaking travel budget at wala silang access sa pera ng bayan para mag-chopper at dumalo ng concert. Di naman dinaranas ng namumuno ang karanasan ng masang Pilipino, kaya di nakakapagtaka na nakakalungkot sabihin pero napakamanhid pagdating sa mga issue sa public transport. Malaking porsyento ng ating national budget ay napupunta sa big-ticket infrastructure projects para sa mga pribadong sasakyan. Ngunit hindi naman ito nasusolusyonan ang malalang traffic sa bansa. Andyan ang mga expressway at skyway na may mataas na singil ng toll sa mga sasakyan. Limited na nga ang ating railways, congested o siksikan pa ang mga tren para sa mga pasahero. Kung may pinapatayo man na mga dagdag na railway at tren, ginagarantiya muna ang kita ng mga kapartner na bilyonaryo at pinapasa sa mga commuter ang mga gastusin sa pamamagitan ng pagpapataas ng pamasahe. Gaano man karami ang dambuhalang proyekto na ipatayo, hindi nito maikukubli ang katotohanan na sa ngayon car-centric po talaga ang transport system ng bansa. Dama ito ng mga bumibiyahe through active transport. Bihira silang makadaan sa ligtas na bike lanes. Naghihirap din ang pedestrians dahil sa palpak na urban planning na hindi nagtitiyak ng pagiging walkable ng maraming syudad. Taliwas sa sinabi ng DOTR o Department of Transportation na marami daw other modes of transport available, paano kung ngayon pa lang limitado na at bulok ang lahat ng mga nabanggit? Wala pong ligtas sa krisis sa transportasyon. Hindi lang mga manggagawa at commuter na sumasakay sa mga jeepney, UV Express, minibus at buses ang nakakaranas ng kabulukan ng sistema. Kawawa din ang mismo mga driver at operator. Dahil sa mga korporasyong nagmantsa sa konsepto ng kooperatiba at nagsilbing mga huwad na kooperatiba. Hindi demokratiko, ginagawang alila ang mga driver, naniningil ng mga hindi napagkasundo ang butaw at bayarin. Matagal nang nariyan ang mga ugat ng krisis sa transportasyon at lalo nating na-realize ito sa mga nagdaang asembleya ng ating opisina at mga balangay ng Kabataan Party List sa buong bansa, kung saan napakinggan natin ang iba't ibang kwento. Isa dito si Kajes, isang tsoper sa linyang Project 6 SM North. Noong pandemya pa lang, naging biktima na siya ng pagkatay ng kanyang ruta dahil sa revised quarantine route plan. Dahil tinanggal ang kanyang ruta at hindi makapasada, natulak siyang kumuha ng kabuhayan bilang isang basurero na hindi kaugnay ng kanyang naunang trabaho. Si Nanay Edna naman ay isang labandera na suki ng mga jeep sa Alabang. Kumikita siya ng 50 to 100 pesos lamang kada araw. Gumagastos siya para sa kanyang gamot at nahihirapan na rin sa kasalukuyang base fare sa jeep na 13 pesos. Nangangamba siya na hindi na niya kayang bayaran ang posibleng mas mataas na pamasahe sa darating na mga taon bunga ng paghahabol ng mga korporasyon na mabawi ang kapital nila. Malaking kaltas sa kita ni Nanay Edna ang anumang fare hike. Gaya ng serye ng mga fare hike matapos ipasa ng malalaking kumpanya ang kanilang mga ginagastos sa mga commuter noong sila na ang nagpatakbo ng MRT at LRT2. Ilang kwento lamang ito, ngunit hindi kaiba sa pinagdadaanan ng milyon-milyong commuter. Kaya kahit pa sabihin ng DOTR at ng LTFRB na kumikiling sila sa commuters, hindi ito felt ng mayorya ng mga Pilipino sa makadayuhan at makakorporasyong moda ng public transport. In fact, tiba-tiba ngayon ang malalaking dambuhala at dayuhang korporasyon. Kung di man tayo nag-aangkat mula sa ibang bansa, may mga locally assembled vehicles na nabubuo lamang kapag nag-aangkat din ng mga parte at materyales. Nasa interes ng mga dayuhang auto manufacturer na maibenta at magamit ang kanilang mga makina at sasakyan na surplus at di na mabenta sa kanilang bansa. Liban dyan, nakikinabang ang mga lokal na malalaking bangko na nagpapautang. May papel din ang multilateral institutions gaya ng Asian Development Bank o ADB na nagtutulak ng mga makakorporasyon at makadayuhang programa sa transportasyon, pati sa ibang serbisyong panlipunan. Kapalit ng mga pautang ng ADB, inaasahan nila na magpapatupad ang mga gobyerno ng mga programang nakaayon sa kanilang balangkas na ipasa sa big business ang pangangasiwa ng mga serbisyo. Halimbawa po, noong July 2023, nagpautang ang ADB ng $1 billion o katumbas ng nasa 55 billion pesos sa Davao City para sa pinagmamayabang na unang electric bus fleet system sa bansa na di kalaunan ay magdudulot ng pagbabawal sa mga jeep doon. Kaya lumalabag ito sa prinsipyo ng just transition o makataong pagtugon sa climate change. Alam ng ADB, ng LGU ng Davao City, at maging ng Malacanang ang magiging masamang epekto nito sa kabuhayan ng mga driver at operator. Pero tinuloy ang pagpirma sa loan agreement at tutulungan na lang di umano na maghanap ng ibang trabaho ang mga maaapektuhan. Matapos ang maraming taong dumaan na naglalaan ng pera sa transportasyon mula sa buwis ng mamamayan at nangungutang pa mula sa ibang bansa o dayuhang bangko, hindi lubos na gumanda ang kalidad ng transport system natin. Pero tiyak na nakinabang ang mga kroni at malalaking korporasyon na nagnenegosyo sa infrastruktura at transportasyon at kumikita bilang may-ari o may kontrata sa gobyernong nagpapalawak ng public-private partnerships at build-lease agreements. Bilang kabataan, nakikita natin na posible namang magkaroon ng sistema ng transportasyon na hindi nakasandig sa mga dayuhan at malalaking korporasyon at hindi perwisyo sa mga kababayan natin. Meron tayong alternatiba, transportasyon na makamasa at nakabatay sa pambansang industriya. Kapag makamasa ang transportasyon, nakabatay ang mga programa sa tamang transport hierarchy. Priority ang espasyo para sa mga pedestrian, mga nagbibisikleta, at iba pang moda ng aktibong transportasyon. Pagdating sa mass public transit, ituturing itong serbisyo at hindi negosyo. Papaunlarin ito at gagastos ang gobyerno para magdagdag ng mga bus, tren at iba pang moda ng transportasyon. Hindi para may iilang kikita, pero para maayos na makabiyahe ang mga tao papunta sa kani-kanilang destinasyon at makagampan ng kani-kanilang papel sa lipunan. Merong sapat na supply ng mga public utility vehicle at magiging epesyente ang mga ruta dahil kasama ang mga tsoper at operator sa pagbubuo ng mga plano para sa mga ruta. Maaasahan ng mga commuter ang naturang sistema. Hindi na ito magiging sanhi ng stress at hindi magiging buwis buhay ang pagsakay sa mga PUV at ang pagpunta at pag-alis sa mga terminal. Maniningil lang abot kayang pamasahe ang mga pampublikong sasakyan. Sa ilalim ng makamasang sistema ng transportasyon, tinatrato bilang katuwang ang mga tsoper at operator. Kaalinsabay ng pagpapataas ng supply ng mga public utility vehicle, lilikha tayo ng trabaho dahil dadami ang kakailanganing driver at iba pang may kinalaman sa pampublikong transportasyon. Malayang makakapagbuo ng mga asosasyon at kooperatiba ang mga driver. Sa progresibong mga asosasyon at kooperatiba, kikilalanin ang demokratikong karapatan na magpahayag. Para sa mga manggagawa sa transportasyon, hahayaan silang bumuo ng unyon at lumahok sa negosasyon para sa sahod, benepisyo at iba pa. Kapag nakabatay sa pambansang industriya ang sistema ng transportasyon, tatangkilikin natin ang bago at matibay na gawang Pilipino. Maglalaan ng subsidyo mula sa pambansang budget para suportahan at palakihin ang lokal na manupaktura ng sasakyan at gawing mura ang rehabilitasyon at overhaul ng public vehicle units. Papatibayin din ang kaakibat ng mga lokal na industriya para sa mas murang fabrication, parts, and raw materials. Hindi tayo aasa sa pautang ng malalaking lokal at multilateral na mga bangko. Kesa hayaan ang paglobo ng travel expenses ng opisina ng Pangulo mula 671 million noong 2023 patungong 1.15 billion ngayong taon, nananawagan tayo sa Pangulo na isuko ang pondong iyon at ilaan bilang dagdag pantustos sa rehabilitation ng mga jeep at subsidyo sa local vehicle manufacturing. Bilang panghuli, ganito ang nais natin para sa sistema ng transportasyon. This is our alternative vision. Muli, transportasyon na makamasa at nakabatay sa pambansang industriya. Katulad din ito ang gusto natin ng mga kabataan at ng mamamayan para sa iba pang serbisyong dapat pinagsusumikapan ng gobyerno na maging abot kamay para sa mga Pilipino. Nakatuntong ang mga ito sa pagtataguyod ng isang ekonomiyang nakakatindig sa sarili at isang bansang hindi nakaasa sa dayuhan at tunay na malaya. Yun lamang, Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat. Magandang gabi.
Thank you, the debonair representative from the Kabataan Party List, Raul Manuel, for your privileged speech. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to refer the speech of Raul Manuel to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The privileged speech is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to close the privilege hour.
Are there any objections? Hearing none. The motion is approved. We close the privilege hour.
Mr. Speaker. What?
Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended, and we recognize Honorable Manix Delipe, the real Majority Leader on the floor. Suspend ko na yun so wala na yun. Sinabi ko naman yun, suspended, so wala sa ano. Umupo kayo ha, baka mamaya. Session resumes. The Honorable Manix Delibe, the Majority Leader, is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we move to elect as Deputy Speaker Representative David J.J. Suarez, Vice Ralph G. Recto. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? The chair hears none. Congratulations, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate Representative Nicanor M. Briones as additional member to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill numbers 9284 and 3917 and Senate Bill number 2432 on the amendment of the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of the people of the 6th District of Batangas, in view of the appointment of the representative, the Honorable Ralph Recto, as the Secretary of the Department of Finance, I move to designate Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez as a legislative caretaker of the 6th District of Batangas.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion to have the Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez as the caretaker for the legislative district of the 6th District of Batangas in lieu of the appointment of Secretary Ralph Recto is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until tomorrow, January 23, 2024 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the chair declares the session adjourned until 3 o'clock tomorrow. Bakit nalilito si Sam? Yung 1-minute suspension.